Right, hi guys. Good evening. How are we doing today? Or evening is it in the is here in the EU anyway, in the UK. And I've just realised I bought the wrong oil. That's a good start. That is a good start. So US servers were only down for an hour. Blizzard didn't lie. There's a first time for everything. Oh, I know what I've not done. I've not because I know I'm going to get asked 100 times. Need a link, don't I? I need a link for my concentration builds because I get asked about 20 times every stream. I know I've got a list somewhere. Right, let me just pin that. Where should I be putting the KP for an alloy build? Well, I haven't got a blacksmith to show you what I would do if it was me. But what you need to do is you need to max Ever-Burning Forge first. So you need to get all the multi-crafting resourcefulness from that. And then there's some points in the nodes that lead into alloys that give you multi-craft. You need to get those as well. And then obviously you need your rank 5 profession gear as well, but hopefully that's not so hard now after the video I put out yesterday. Once you've got that, once you've got all those nodes and you've got your rank 5 profession gear and your enchant and stuff like that on your profession tool, then you can create, the rank 1 alloys as good as anybody else. Eventually you can get more plus skill and you'll be able to create the rank 3 ones as well, but that's what you need to do. If you're not using Ever-Burning Forge and you don't have it capped, then you can't compete basically in the current market. Hey bro, can you explain what you're doing exactly to get gold with Inscription profession? So the Inscription spec is basically, it's these three. Pursuit of knowledge is all that matters. You need these three just to keep your crafting costs as low as possible. Now I've gone here, so I can now craft rank 3 stuff, but this is what keeps your crafting costs down, and this is what makes you the gold here. The rest of that's just a bonus, basically. And mostly I'm crafting the inks and crafting the boundless ciphers and all that lot. Right, I need to move this slightly because I can barely see chat. Rank 3 spools for some reason don't sell in large quantities, but get maybe 500 at a time. Hard to mass craft and sell. Yeah, they do take a long time to sell, and it's scary crafting a lot of them because of those tailoring prices just going all over the place. So yeah. Yeah, the slow selling, basically. What build are you using without concentration profit or any kind of, or, well, I'm not saying all of them. A lot of my professions are not with concentration. So there's the Inscription one I just showed you. That's my Jewelcrafting one. And that's my tailoring one. Basically, I've got some others as well, which I'm sure you'll see through the stream, because I won't be crafting on these ones for the whole stream for sure. Do you have a milling tool? Yeah, this one mills as well. So to do milling properly, you need pursuit of knowledge and detail orientated capped out. And you need, where is it? You need a resourcefulness tool. So whenever I'm milling, I just switch over. Can't quite mill rank 3s yet, but I could potentially do it. If I go and actually get on my knowledge points now, I could potentially go and do that. I could pick up 16 knowledge from somewhere. Let's have a look. Let's do some of these, see if I can get close. Think there will be another dip tomorrow, probably, yeah. There's dips in the market all the time. It's just last week it was just a bit more dramatic. That needs spores. Yeah, last week's dip was something else, wasn't it? To say the least. But we'll see. I've got a feeling people aren't going to overcraft as much this time because no one wants to be left with loads of stock. I know I've not crafted as many potions normally. Why are you not taking that? Got it, right. Yeah, I've calmed down a bit. I've not crafted like tens of thousands of potions, you know, like I usually do because of it, basically, just to make sure. Because it is scary if you're sat on all that stuff and then it just decides to like plummet in value. Absolutely plummet in value. Right, can I do all these now then? Why gem crushing is so bad? I don't understand how people are getting crushed gemstones. I have a bag professions full of build. I don't really understand. Well, I get mine from prospecting. Why does it multi-craft when you're crafting the patron order? That's so annoying. You get them as a byproduct from prospecting as well. It's not the best way of getting them. I've not tried gem crushing. I need to try it really because I do have. The only thing I need to get to be able to do it is the bag. Right, so how much? I don't think I'm quite going to have enough, am I? I'm still going to be a little bit short. I've already used my treaties today on this character. So I can't use another one of those. This is going to take me to what? 22. And then I can hand in the weekly patron order thing. That's going to take me to 24. And then I can do my two got that lag. And then if I do my profession treasures, that's going to take me to 28. So I just need a couple more catch-up patron orders, basically. Where's that gone to? There. And then that's my inscription basically finished. As far as I'm concerned, I just need 2 more knowledge points and the weekly treasures. Right. I'm not going to allocate those yet, though. I'm going to wait. Right. Yeah, on the right tool. You can get crafting now. You can get. You finished doing that. Yeah, you finished with that. How to make good profits in rank 3 without making your own pigments. Yep, it's absolutely essential. Well, I've made a little bit, should we say, but it's basically just, it's not so much as, it's just picking up the materials when they're cheap. I say cheap, none of the rank 3 herbs and stuff are cheap, are they? But that cat is going, every time I come streaming, she just goes absolutely crazy all the time. She just hates not having attention. Right. Let's, yeah, so I just need a couple more catch-up patron orders then, and then that character is basically can do everything I want it to do as far as Inscription is concerned. I'm not going to get any more knowledge points then, basically. I just want to put the Dawn Weave ones in there because I'm going to use these other ones for crafting in a sec. Do you do engineering? I'm curious at your engineering build, to be fair. I do engineering, but as you'll see in a video that's going to probably come out Wednesday, maybe Thursday, I don't tend to craft a lot of stuff in the War Within. Most of my crafting from engineering is from last expansion. What was I doing? Right. Switching over to a multi-craft tool. I don't know why I've come here. I don't even need to come here. Yeah, so I was originally set up to make profession gear because for some other stuff I was going to do at the start of the expansion, which I never ended up using. And then I've put some points into the generic plus skill tree. And I don't know whether I'm going to go crafting engineering parts because I can almost get there, or crafting potion bombs. I haven't decided yet. But it's not really a crafter I'm taking that seriously. It's doing its job. It's doing its job as a thingy anyway. Just doing the dragonflight stuff. It makes gold from that. So as long as it's making gold somewhere. So really annoying I've got this week. I went to pick my pact and I had a auto turn in. And it picked the wrong freaking pact. So I've lost my crafting speed for the whole week, which is really annoying. Lesson learned for next time. Don't do that. Don't use auto turn-in add-ons. So can we move this a little bit? Oh, that's a bit better. Do you know what the mining turning quest requires this week? Hope it's not Northstone. I've not looked yet. I've not touched that stuff yet. I've got too much, because it's reset day in the US. I've just got too much stuff to do. Need to get all this sold. Got loads of stuff to sell. Managed to hit 10 million gold an hour last week. I don't think I'll do that this week because I'm a bit more cautious on my stocking up, but right. I'm going to chuck those on, but not at that price. Good evening. Evening. Prospecting is okay for the moment. Yeah, that's why I've gone back on the prospecting. The gem prices have gone up loads, haven't they? So this one's making about 50,000 gold at the moment. Every 10,000 ore it processes, which is really nice. I haven't seen the profit margins that high for a very long time. Yeah, but like you said, it won't last. With prospects, can you get rank 3? I assume you're talking about rank 3 gemstones. So the gemstones you get from prospecting, the crushed gemstones, is based on the rank of the ore that you're doing. So literally whatever ore you're doing, you'll get that rank of gemstones. See there, I've got 3 different rank of gemstones from the various stuff I've been prospecting. I've made some rank 3 enchant and farm herbs and mining. Do you recommend selling now or wait for the weekly reset? I mean, if you're in... The thing is, it's probably not going... The price might go up a little bit, but it's not going to go up that much. But if you want to wait, you can wait. I mean, the odds are that you'll probably get more selling it tomorrow than you will today, assuming you're on the EU, of course. Do you have a video that explains CraftSim? I do not, because I barely use CraftSim. I use it for a couple of bits, but mostly, as those that have been on the stream plenty of times will know, I tend to do all my own numbers. Do all my own numbers into the spreadsheet and stuff. So I don't have anything for explaining CraftSim as such. But basically, if I was you, I would just have this set up for showing average profit, and that's the most important thing. It's not perfect, but it's better than anything you'll probably be able to do yourself. You showed in the new video how to set up a basic bisque crafter. What are some good professions to make a crafter for now about concentration? The thing is, if I answer that question, then everyone goes to it, and then it's not profitable. So most stuff you can make some profit at least some of the time, as long as you're careful buying your materials. So like if I go to the auction house now, I'll probably find that a lot of this stuff that I'm crafting isn't profitable because the prices have gone up. So and this is the time when people come to the auction house and are trying to craft, on reset day, but it's not the time to be crafting. You need to be crafting, or at least buying the stuff to craft the day before. So people think stuff's never profitable, but it is profitable. You've just got to time it right. But as for what to pick, you can probably make gold with almost anything as long as you're maxing out your ability to produce stuff as cheap as possible. Why is that doing that? No, that's fine. Sorry guys, stream's just doing silly things, cat's doing silly things. I found your guides to passive gold making, amazing guides and tips in your videos. Well, I'm glad they helped. That's what they were there. They were there to help everyone as much as possible. And hopefully everyone can make a bit of gold from it. I know the prices on it's come down quite a bit now. But it's just like having transmutes and stuff like that in the olden days, isn't it? It's still just a bit of gold you can earn. Enough to pay the bills, basically. Right, I thought. We're not doing too bad. We're up to 2 million gold an hour already, so a good start. We're going to struggle to keep up though without the crafting speed buff. That's so slow. Where's the easiest to earn gold, US or EU? I would say it's slightly easier on the US. But the difference isn't significant. Okay, chat. Quick thank you very much from me. I don't get time to bounce content, dungeon delves, and gold making as I have limited time, but your concentrated videos made the trick. Thank you very much for making them enjoying WoW getting that. No, that's good. That's what it's there. It's there so anyone, you know, if you want to put the tiniest little bit of effort into your gold making, then you can just make enough gold just to get you by through the rest of the expansion. And hopefully that's what they'll do. They'll just make everyone a bit of gold for the whole expansion. Which profession do you think is the easiest to make money for a beginner other than herb mining? I want to make money, but don't have the time to spam trade chat. Concentration builds. Look on the pinned comment. Yeah, look on the pinned comment at the top of the chat. And that's got all my concentration build videos. And if you can't be bothered to farm, then set those up. Not as good as they was a few weeks ago, but they're still, you know, they still make gold. Can you show us your prospecting build and spec, please? That's it. So the prospecting part's just the bottom part. This bit up here is just for crafting vials. The prospecting part's the 80 knowledge at the bottom. So you need 90 knowledge to max out prospecting, 10 to unlock that, 40 points there and 20 in each of those, and then you're capped with your prospecting then. I'll keep it open. It doesn't need to be closed, does it? Have spent my engineering points so that I can make decent bismuth bolts, gyrating gears, etc. Now I have a bunch of knowledge points and I don't know where to put them. Any tips and tricks? So I assume you've got all the plus skill then to make them at rank 3. Have you gone to the... obviously I haven't got my engineer open, so I can't remember the name of the tree bit. So you've got the tree, the one at the top leads down to the second one, where they're the two you need to max out for your plus skill. Now the one on the left has a buff that when you invent, it increases all your multicraft and your resourcefulness and stuff like that. So if you haven't got that already, I'd be getting that. Because obviously that's going to help make your parts a little bit cheaper. If you have a Draenei with plus 5 skill, can help to get better results with prospecting. As far as I'm aware, plus skill doesn't affect prospecting, or it hasn't when I've done my testing anyway. So you just need the knowledge points, and you just need as much resourcefulness as you can get, basically. Good afternoon. How's your day going? My day is going great, thank you. How about you? Send me some gold, please. No. I just learned alchemy. It takes a while to level, and also recipes is a nightmare. Yeah, alchemy is horrible. Well, compared to the other professions, anyway. There's definitely a lot more involved in it, should we say. Reset day is not a good day to craft. It's a good day to sell. Yep, 100%. Luckily, I bought all my stuff yesterday. Bought almost all my stuff yesterday. Which profession do you think is the easiest to make money for a beginner other than mining herb? I want to make money but don't want to have to spam trade chat. Is that not exactly the same comment I just answered? Yeah, it is. Look at the concentration builds in the pinned message. It's easy gold, and you don't have to worry about like competing with so many other players because your crafting cost is just so cheap. Set that up, and you should be good for the hopefully for most of the expansion. Your room looks cozy. Thank you. It's massive, actually. The room looks a lot. It's a lot bigger than it actually looks. It's huge. Just a second. Cat number 2 wants to come in now. Oh, there we go. There she is, out of the rain. You don't bind that buy button to mouse wheel up and down? No, I don't, because I find it thingies my hand more. My hand aches more when I do it like that. So I just bind it to 1. But I know what you're saying, yeah. That's how most people do it. I'm just weird like that. Kind of insane how good people are at this. I pushed and made 1 million gold in 2 days for the Diablo 4 expansion, and that was like the height of my professional success. Well, 1 million in 2 days is better than what the vast majority of people can do. I mean, that's really, really solid, isn't it? You've got to remember, like, when you're watching me and other people that do this a lot, like, you're looking at the most experienced people doing this, but most people, you know, don't do things on this sort of scale, do they? Can you look at the price of tempered potions on EU on Oribus Exchange and give your thoughts? So we switch to EU. Oh, that's no good, is it? Second, I will bring it up in a sec. Just let me. This guy's not crafting. This guy's not. So where I rank to. So what, we're 81 gold. Okay. Let's go to Alchemy. So they're selling for 81 gold, aren't they? Right, so how much is lure drop? $39 gold. Oh, give me EU prices. The lure drop's 39 gold. Rapper Spear's what? 30.5 gold or something? 30.5. And we need a thingy sample, which is what? 39 or something. So that means my crafting cost for a potion at EU prices is 80 gold. And what do we say they're selling for? 81. So they're selling at cost at the moment, which isn't unusual. So a lot of people say they look at the price of the potions and they say, oh, look at the US price, look at the EU price. US has got it so easy, but it's because the material prices are more expensive on the US. So if I did that on the US, the price would be about the same. But I can see what you're saying. At the moment, if you buy everything off the auction house, there's no profit margins. But hopefully, but it's been like that all weekend on. It's been like that all the weekend on the US as well. But there's quite a wall there. So what you hope for is you hope that there's not these massive walls. But you've got a wall there of like 100,000 potions to get above 81 gold, which makes it difficult for the price to go up. once you go up past that price, the price can go up quite quickly. But yeah, it sucks. You have to just get your materials at the right time, unfortunately. Acrite just shot up to 30 gold, did it? Do you know what that means? That means I need to sell my gems quickly. Right, I'm going to finish this and I'm going to go and put all these gems on the auction house quick. It seems to be crafting very fast. Regarding engineering, I have every point I think that can help me creating bismuth bolts. I'm at the bottom, but they don't seem to affect what I'm crafting. So where to put them? I'm just loading something up while I carry on doing this. So I mean, so you've maxed that out and you've maxed that out so you can craft your rank 3s. Now once you've done those, this one's giving you resourcefulness and every point in that. So you need to max that one out as well because it's giving you resourcefulness, which is going to reduce your crafting costs. And this one only gives you ingenuity, which is useless, but that is what you need, ingenious. So whenever you invent, gain inventor's guile, which increases your multi-craft resourcefulness and ingenuity by 150 for 12 hours. So you need to max those two out to give you plus skill to craft your rank 3 parts. You need that one maxed out to give you the resourcefulness. And you need that one to there at least to get that big buff, which you should only ever be crafting when you've got that buff. The rest of that's, I mean, it's fine. But that's the main thing. You need that maxed out, that maxed out, and at least 15 points in that, basically. And then from there, I don't think there's many other places you can put your points, really. Are you doing unraveling and then crafting weaver cloth bolts and then selling them? Either that or making the exquisite weaver cloth bolts from the bolts I'm making there. So you just do the whole process, basically. K-Chak, I heard the gold cap center email has been increased to 100 million. Let's try. You can send me the gold and I'll send it back. Oh, no, it don't work. I tried it. I can't send 100 mil at once. How much gold are you saving between a maxed unravel and maxed bolt crafter? The profit margins are not great. I mean, even crafts in there is saying like 5 gold a craft. You can see it's not amazing. I mean, is of course assuming I've bought these spools, which I haven't. I've made them myself, which is cheaper than buying them. How many accounts do you have? I have 10 accounts, but I can't run 10 accounts while I'm streaming. So I tend to only run 4, sometimes 5 accounts when I'm streaming. And even then I have to have quite low settings on the WoWs, which is why it looks a bit ugly. Hi, do you share your Excel? I don't share the Excel because it's all numbers based on my character's stats. So unless you've got identical numbers, it's not really going to help you much. Are you saying to just try and craft everything ourselves to save out the auction house cut? Well, what I'm saying is if I went and bought those spools, then I'm paying somebody else's profit margin and someone else's auction house cut. So it's usually the vast majority of the time it is much cheaper Start with the raw material yourself and do all the crafting yourself through all the various stages. But it's weird because sometimes CraftSim, like if you have a default setup, which is what I have, then CraftSim might tell you, "Oh, this is a loss," but that's because it's assuming you're buying these spools off the auction house, where you're not. You've crafted them. What are you doing? I need to get on with this prospecting because I need to get those gems on the auction house before things start going too crazy there. Any plans to have a Discord server? 100% plans to have a Discord server. It's just a case of finding people that I trust and things like that to sort of overlook everything because I'm not around a lot of the time, simply because of work and stuff like that. What about if you have already discovered all the recipes? Can you not get that buff anymore? Yeah, you can still get the buff. You're just not going to discover any recipes. Regarding engineering, I have all the ones you mentioned. I'm at the bottom. That's why I don't know where to put it. If it was me, if I had all that, then I'd go into potion bombs and go into devices probably personally. Because like profession gear, it's not worth crafting that now. It's not worth getting gear. It's not worth going for like goggles and stuff like that probably, unless you want to sit on the auction house, sit in trade chat all day. So personally, I would just go with devices and go for the potion bombs. That's what I think I'm going to do with mine. Is the Excel sheet you use to calculate public or private? No, it's all private. Like I said, only because the information in it wouldn't be particularly helpful to most people, just because you wouldn't have my crafting stats. I might once everything's I've got enough numbers of everything BIS, then I might do one then, and then I can say to people, well, if you've got BIS stats, then this will, it will be useful for you. Whereas at the moment, people have got stats all over the place. Why is that not pinning? That's better. Don't know why that's not pinning very well. It's not having it's playing up today. I just started with Jewelcrafting and finished the catch-up mechanic for urban mining. No idea where to start now with Jewelcrafting. Well, so you mean you've got like 1600 plus artisan acuity? So next thing you probably need to do is just level up your Jewelcrafting, isn't it? And get the rare profession gear and all that lot. But yeah, it depends what you want to go into. If you want to go into the prospecting, then it's down this way. If you want to craft bios, then it's that way. Crafting valves is actually quite. You hardly need any knowledge for that. If you want to craft gems, then it's over there. Just a minute. Let's get this stuff on the auction house before those gem prices absolutely crash into the ground. I'm just overriding the cost of mats depending on how much I crafted them for. Yeah, that just sounds like a lot of work for me. I like to know, like, be able to put in the cost of the raw materials and then be able to see what the crafting cost is after sort of, 2 or 3 stages of processing. So I can just put the numbers in for the raw materials and say, all right, that's crafting that potion at that price, or it's crafting the boundless ciphers at that price, or whatever like that. And then you can look at the current price and see if it's worth doing, basically. You can move that to the bank. You can read. Is formatology profitable still? Finding it break even now. I don't even have a character set up for it. It's on my to-do list, but my to-do list is very long, unfortunately. Is it worth to set up a crafter now with the catch-up mechanic? It still costs. You can catch up and you can get all your items and acuity for basically nothing, but you're still going to spend some gold leveling up a profession and spend some gold making the crafting profession gear and stuff like that. So it is going to cost you something, but the barrier is nowhere near what it was before. But I still think most people are better off, sticking to the concentration stuff because it's just safer. But if you're going to take crafting seriously and you're going to do it over the whole expansion, then it's probably worth it. Right. I wanted some rank 3 crushed gems, but someone just reset the price on them earlier. 210. What are you two? Cats are just killing each other. All the drama starts as soon as I start streaming. Right. The crushed gems. No, we're not on. 210. That's still expensive. Still making vials cost 2.9. That price is going to come down now, I think, the crushed gems. Just want that price to come down a little bit more, and then I'll craft a load of vials. I've got a load of glass, which is the expensive part. Got tons of that. Just don't have the other stuff to thingy with. If I don't really want to overcommit with these gems. I know the price has gone up on them, but it's a bit too convenient. And I've got nearly 1,000 of each gem to sell now, so I don't want to sort of go too crazy with those. I need a conspiracy theory channel. His cat came into the frame this time and left at this time. You can minus the time frame. Gives us the time in the video. Yeah, that's the answer to how much gold you need to spend on the item. Are tempered potions still good? They're fine. They're okay, but once again, it's like we saw when I was showing you the maths on the EU earlier. The profit margins a lot of the time are marginal, if anything. It's not great. You just have to you just really need to be able to buy your materials at the right time. Because I think I bought a load of my lure drop and stuff like that on the US when it was 46 or something it was. And did we say it was back up to 55 or something now, which makes a huge difference to the crafting cost. But it gets to a point where you think, well, I may as well just buy the herbs and resell the herbs, haven't you? Do you want to guide me to gold cap? Isn't that what my videos are supposed to be doing? Couldn't the column in the spreadsheet that show resources etc. be adjusted? I have no clue about Excel. So my the numbers that come out of my spreadsheet are basically just based on like there is no number that's like for resourcefulness and stuff like that. I've just done like I've just crafted like 10,000 times and seen what's come out as an average. So I can't if I then get some more resourcefulness or something, I have to redo the whole thing. So this is the motherfucker who keeps undercutting me. Yep, probably. For crafts in price overdue on prospecting, do I put the per ore amount or the total cost per ore? Can't figure out override. I've got no idea how that works on CraftSim. I don't trust CraftSim at all for prospecting or milling or anything like that. How much good gold do you have in total? I don't know. Like I've said to a few people, well, I get asked a few times every stream. I've got last time I looked, I had about 1.1 billion, but I have a lot of money, a lot of gold tied up. So like I've saved this for a mailbox opening, and I think I've probably got about 150, 200 million gold just in this mailbox here. But I won't know till I've actually done it. We're up to 3.6 million gold now. That's quite decent considering we're only at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the US. With these low profit margins, you almost need multiple accounts for the crafting, don't you? I mean, yeah, I mean, it's basically it's at a point where you like it's not great, is it? But the thing is, it's still sort of AFK gold. You just tell it to craft and you make gold from it, don't you? So, would you still recommend concentration builds for most people? For most people, yeah. I know the profit margins are down, but it was always going to happen sooner or later. Right. And we're getting crashes already. And we're not even an hour in and we're already getting crashes. What expansion are you or did you earn the most gold? Well, every expansion I earn more and more gold. And it's mostly because the stock of stuff that I'm selling goes up every expansion. As in the stuff I'm selling on all different servers. So I'm selling about 10 million gold's worth of stuff on every server at the moment. Like Transmog and stuff. But that's built up over time. What's going on? Every time I log into one, another one's getting logged out. This is just ridiculous. I'm not going to moan too much because at least the servers are up, which is better than we normally get in the US, isn't it? But I guess Alchemy is dead right. Too many people's have it. Yeah, well, it is probably Alchemy and Enchanting, probably the most competitive professions, aren't there? So if that's what you're doing, then unlucky, basically. Farming Acrite gone from 73 to 77, still 70 catch-up nodes left. How's that even possible? Like, if you, I think my guy ended up at level 77, and that was after doing all the crafting as well. So you got all the crafting bonuses. So he must have got it like 75, maybe 76. So I don't understand why it's taking people longer than that. Do you guys wait for the weekly reset to sell your stuff? I mean, it generally tends to be the best time to sell it. Right, you still. You go back to doing that. Yeah, I'm really cautious about just crafting a ridiculous amount of tempered potions or anything like that with how those prices went down last week. What spec are you liking for Inscription at the moment? Been investing in the perfection tree with multi-craft, now thinking of going into ciphers and regions. But Fantasy Runes misses intriguing. Literally, them three first. Unless you're crafting gear or something like that, you need them three first. Then what you craft from there doesn't really matter. But that's what's made me most of my gold, just getting those three maxed out. Hey, can you share that spreadsheet? No, because it's useless. I know I keep saying that, but like I said, once I'm this, and I've got enough information of this, well, I'm this, but once I've got enough information from this, then it might be worth sharing. God, he just wants all my herbs. Evening, mate. How are you doing? I am doing great, Jamie. How are you doing today? Are we able to do patron orders from Warbank after reset, or is it not until next patch? It's next patch, I believe, but it shouldn't. That shouldn't be much longer, you would think. Hopefully. There we go. Oh, let's not forget to do my treaties as well. How can you make profit with the inks? Do you buy the lure drop pigments or craft them yourselves? No, everything's done myself. So I buy the lure drop, turn it into pigments, into inks, and then into ciphers. I sell the inks and the ciphers usually, sometimes even the pigments as well. Yeah, you can't tend to make profit if you're buying pigments. What is the best profession just now and why? I mean, I like my inscription personally, even though everyone's doing it now because of that video. But still, I can pretty much continuously craft on that and still make gold on it, unlike many of the others. So what have I got now? I've got 33. So that means I'm what, 7? I'm 12 knowledge points away from being able to craft rank 3 tempered potions. Now I need to invite this guy to a lower population realm. Because Illidan sucks for doing this. There we go. Take me to your realm. Thank you. For Alchemy, I'm all out of Burst Flask, and now I'm making a crafter to make my own files, hoping to gain some gold then. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely it definitely sucks with the competition with Alchemy, that's for sure. So max, yes. Let's actually turn some graphics on this. Doing this bit. I think this is the only profession where I'm really still pushing knowledge points and maybe a little bit on that inscription, but that inscription's nearly done as well. So I've probably only got to do these stupid profession treasures on a couple of characters now. Everything's getting easier every week. Till I fly into a wall. Oh no, I saw one there. Popped up, didn't it? Where is it? Popped up for a second, didn't it? Now there's one the other way. It's just baiting me, isn't it? Trying to get it to fly backwards and forwards. Should be keeping an eye out for the there's one over there. Oh no, it started. That's new, isn't it? They didn't used to come up on the map as an arrow. That's what's confusing me. I'm sure they didn't used to come up. I've been just grinding tinder boxes to build a bit of capital and get professions ready on alts. Yeah, I mean, you need to make the gold somehow to get started. Once you're all set up, oh yeah, there's one there. Quick, grab it. Yeah, everyone needs to farm something to get started. Oh, that was nice. First one I did. We'll take some more of that. As a casual player that does not understand this, what way would you suggest to earn my first ever million in WoW? I'd say at the moment, just farm like crazy. Because you can still make some good gold. Like doing urban mining. I know it's boring. But it's boring for most people. And then once you've got some capital, like others were just saying, then you can start setting stuff up. I mean, you can check out the pinned comment if you want as well, if you want a lazier way of doing it. Right. Go on, give me my... Oh, God, guys. 2 treasures and got both my alchemy ones for the week. That never happens. What did that just take? Like 2 minutes? That is mint. Do you sell ink or something else from Inscription at the moment? Sell ink, ciphers. I sell everything from Inscription, basically. Oh, hello, Mamphius. How are you doing? Keep missing your streams. Oh, that's ace. I can't believe I did them first time. Not bad. Cheers, mate. NA have been... Yeah, we've just had reset in NA literally about a couple of hours ago. How much KP do you guys have in your mains? I'm just shy of 200 on Alchemist. And they don't have the books yet. How do you have 200 and not have the books yet? Like, how could you have got that much knowledge and put that much effort in, but then not bought the books at the same time? Right, so what's he at? How much knowledge do I actually have? So I've got 55, 105, 145, 180. and plus 37. So we've got 217 knowledge on this guy. So he's actually, what, 8 knowledge short now. Which apparently you can get from patron orders. They've been able to craft rank 3 potions, shall we say. Yeah, so I'd need to max out Lure Drop and Rafa's Spear. That's nearly done, so I just need to max that out as well, but I'm not doing it yet. Even though it increased my resourcefulness in multi-craft, I still haven't 100% made that decision yet. As a casual player wanting to make a bit of gold, what would you suggest a casual player to make their first million? Yeah, check pin comment, like you said. Or you've got to do yourself a bit of farming. One person undercut a single gem by for 5 gold. And no better dump my 1k gems on top of it. Auction house in a nutshell. Yeah. I wish they could. I just wish they could do something about people doing that sort of stuff, because it's just annoying. People are getting ripped off by it. Oh. I find it so much easier looking in Isle of Dawn for dirt piles if that's what you're doing. Yeah, it's there are other places you can get them, and I do the dirt piles, but I prefer the treasures simply because my characters have no gear. Like, and I can sometimes struggle just to kill basic mobs. How many inches is your monitor? I try to play the game minimized and my eyes hurt. I think I'm going to need glasses the rest of my life from what I do here. But yeah, I think it's a 27-inch monitor. Quite big. The main one I'm using. You should see it when I have 8 accounts open, though. If you look at some of my streams from about 2 years ago when I had eight accounts open and see how small that is, that'll make your eyes hurt. Okay, I do mining and herbing. What builds would you suggest? All the plus skill in the world. To be fair, I can probably go on my mining and herbing now because I can probably do that. Because I don't think I really need 3 crafters on at the moment. So I could do my weekly mining and herbing, unless those crushed gemstones have come down in price. No. I don't know if they just bite the bullet and do it at 210. It was 210, weren't it? Yeah. What are the weekly NA quests? For mine, if you're talking about mining and herbalism, I'm going to have a look now anyway because I'm going to do it myself. Hey K-Check, with the profession tools, what are the best stats to have on them when I craft them? It depends what you're crafting. If you're crafting anything that uses multi-craft, then use multi-craft. If it's not multi-craft, then it'll tend to be resourcefulness, unless you're just building a concentration character. Sky Golem. Where's his files? How's this guy got no files? Oh, I know why he's got no files, because it's not... he's still got enchanting from last week. I was going to do another week of enchanting with him. Or at least the basic disenchanting anyway. I can't be bothered to go... I can't be bothered to go and do the treasures again. I'm not going to get that look twice, am I? How much acuity? He's got 365. But he's maxed out as far as the mining's concerned. I could do with spending this as well, but I don't know where I want to go. I should really put it in one of these, but I'm just so tempted to put it into rich deposits. Yeah. I got 6 blue tools and 2 recipes done on that character and didn't do the shuffle because he's got all expansions, max profession, so I'm missing artisan's acuity. Well, if you've got a free profession slot, so you can do some shuffling, at least. Do you gather your own mats or buy everything from the auction house? I buy everything from the auction house. There's no way I'm gathering the amount of stuff I use. Like, I'm buying it at, like, you know, usually several million gold at a time, a lot of the time. If they made an exchange instead of an auction house for materials, it would be way better. Well, I'm sure there's a few things they could do on the auction house to make it a bit better. Although I do think the region-wide auction house is generally better for most players, should we say. I'm going to get some of this stuff out my bank. Oh. So annoying. I don't know why they put this system in the game where only one of you can use the warband bank at once. It's just annoying. WoW needs an old school RuneScape type grand exchange, in my opinion. Yeah, I played RuneScape, like old school RuneScape, for like a month maybe. So I don't really know what that is. AK Chak made my first gold cap this expansion with mining herbalism, and now I'm hunting the Brutal on 3 accounts for a slight advantage. Did you use multiple accounts to scout it as well? Yeah, I had about I can't remember, it was like 5 or 6 characters on each of my 4 accounts. So I was on 20 odd servers or something and searching through to try and get it. But good luck, because now is the time to get it. Do you know why people because at the moment people don't have the level cap characters to camp loads of characters on the auction house. So now's definitely the time to be camping it and trying to get it, because there's less competition now than there will be, you know, in sort of a couple of months' time. Hey K-Check, I just maxed out on Inscription character, but not really sure how to make any profit on the EDU. Do you have any tips? I mean, if you've got the things maxed out that I've got maxed out, then you're basically best in slot crafter. So, you know, if you've got all this maxed here, then if you mill stuff and then craft the inks and then craft the boundless ciphers and stuff like that, then you should be able to make gold somewhere along the line. But you need to know, like, roughly what's a good price for a herb and what isn't. because you need to know when to buy and when not to buy, basically, right? That's that done. Right, where's the rest of the stuff go? Right, I'm being completely blind here, but where's the blue ones? Oh, there they are. Get some blue light filter glasses, man, really helps with eye strain. Yeah, I don't go to the opticians and get my eyes tested. It's a scary thought. Oh, God. See, I was just looking for those, and they were right in front of me. And that's why I don't go and get my eyes tested. And I've just found the vials I couldn't see either as well. Actually, they can go in there because I might use them when I'm concentration crafting. So I've got right, let's have a look at what the mining quest is this week. Oh, that's cheap. That's fine. I'll come and do that in a minute. I'm going to go and collecting anyway, so. So that's the last ever shuffle. That mini shuffle I just did is the last ever shuffle I'm doing on this guy. Because I think that's the last profession book I need. Yeah, but of course I can't use it. So open that. That can go down there. Right, that's fine. That's looking good. Right, he's good to go. So all I need then for him to have all his arts and acuity. So I've maxed, I've bought all the knowledge books. I've got that all maxed out on rare profession gear. So all I need to do is buy the rare profession gear for herbalism, but I'll do that over time. I'm not bothered now. I'm going to stop dropping herbalism every week now. Stop messing about with that. So over time, I'm just slowly doing slightly less stuff every week and getting lazier and lazier. Yeah, okay, chat. Can you tell what the weekly items are? Well, there was 5 iron claw and 5 acarite. I don't know what the herbalism one is because I can't pick it up because I've not got 25 herbalism skill, annoyingly. But we will go back and check it out. I'll just go and grab the weekly items first. Grab one of these pots. Or 2. What's the best day of the week to buy ore off the auction house? I mean, your best bet is just go on Oribus Exchange yourself and have a look. Because, like, you can type this, but it doesn't find anything. What have I spelled wrong? Oh, it's not even bismuth 4, it's just bismuth. That's weird. And you can just look. But don't just check 1 week, check a couple of weeks, because there tends to be a fairly predictable pattern once you've looked a little bit. And then by looking, you know roughly what sort of where you should be buying and where you shouldn't be buying as well. You can't see your... There you go. I'll put the inscription one on that side. There you go. You can see it now. The other one's only crafting bolts anyway, isn't it? Can I do any daily crafts if I have 9 characters on the account for gold making? Yeah, check out the pinned comment at the top. There's a playlist there and stuff you can do. Yeah, I've been spam leveling my alts to get realms and hope I can snag it. Yeah. If you obviously just keep the gold in your warband bank, and then whichever one pop, if you see it on any realm, then you can just pop the warband bank thingy. What's it called? Warband bank distance inhibitor. You can use that and then just withdraw the gold straight away. I had to get my eyes tested thanks to diabetes. Well, as a nurse, if you have diabetes, then you should be getting your eyes tested every year, I believe. Depending what type of diabetes you've got. But yeah, diabetes sucks. Have I just discovered a new herb on this character? This character's been mining and herbing it the whole expansion. I'm not messing around with all those mobs. Is alloy crafting still viable? Well, somebody must be making some gold off it somewhere. It's probably not the market I would choose to get into, because people have been telling me it's ridiculously competitive for, you know, a month. It's one of the really obvious choices, isn't it? And a lot of people were talking about it before the expansion. So in that case, you know it's always going to be quite competitive. Right, what am I missing out on? Rank 5 quality is what you want. I think item level is 590, except the epic enchanting one is about 619. Or if you're talking about profession gear, then yeah, just as long as it's rank 5. And obviously, if you're getting your profession tool, make sure it's got the right stat on it for you that you want. What are the weekly materials this week? Mining, herbal, and enchanting. I'll tell you the herbalism one when I finish doing this. At least it can't be worse than the one we got for mining last week. That was ridiculous. Do you have milled maxed on this inscription character, or do you have mill on another character? I don't like to mill. Oh, sorry. So used to him being in the bottom left. To mill, you don't need mill. That's only if you need to. That's only if you're trying to produce rank 3 inks. The only reason you need that. To mill, you need this maxed out, and you need this maxed out before anything else. And then you need your resourcefulness tool with a resourcefulness enchant, and that's the basic stuff you need to be milling. You can max this out later on, which is what I'm going to do. I will do it soon. I just need, obviously, 6 more knowledge, and then I can make rank 3 inks as well. But yeah, I know a lot of people have gone for this first before doing this, but those people probably not even making a profit off selling the rank 3s. Because the people that went the other way first will just be doing it so much cheaper. So yeah, he is an ink crafting character, but right, I know we said don't buy stuff off the auction house really this time, but how many do we need? About was it 5,000? Not 15,000. 5,000. 5,000 will keep us going for now. It's another. I might need another 5,000 in a bit, but that will do. As boundless ciphers don't seem to crash that much anyway compared to some of the other stuff. Fine, you get crafting. You get doing that. You get that herb. How do I know if I should get multi-craft or resourcefulness tool? So when you're crafting something, if you've got multi-craft on here and it appears on here, then you know multi-craft works. But if I come off this and I do some milling, I've got nothing to mill. But if I put a herb in there, then you won't see any multi-craft in here because multi-craft doesn't work for milling. So if you don't see multi-craft when it comes up, then multi-craft isn't working, then you should use resourcefulness instead. But if multi-craft does work, then you should always use multi-craft. You see, most stuff, multi-craft should work. So you see here, for crafting like profession, crafting like actual gear, multi-craft doesn't work. But for crafting missives, it does because it's popped up. So it depends on what you're crafting. If you're crafting, say, if you're crafting this gear, then multi-craft's useless. But like I'm crafting boundless ciphers at the moment, so I want multi-craft. Now if I switch from my multi-craft to my resourcefulness tool, you can see that the difference in profit is significant. Which is why you've got to make sure you're using the right one all the time. Yeah, once per year, feet twice a year. So I'm type 1, so the autoimmune type was diagnosed this year thanks to infection. It needed 2 emergency surgeries, was in bed rest for 3 months and antibiotics. That really freaking sucks. That type 1 diabetes is horrible. It's just because there's no you can do about it. Type 2 diabetes, like if someone is motivated enough, then you can get rid of type 2 diabetes. I've had loads of patients before that have been on even insulin and tablets for type 2 diabetes, and through diet and exercise, they've just made themselves completely not diabetic anymore. Obviously, type 1 diabetes, there's no you can do about it. It just sucks. It's just unlucky. Don't forget you can enchant gathering tools. I've got mine enchanted, haven't I? Yeah. Oh no, I haven't. Because it's because I've not been doing herbalism properly. It's just been getting dropped every single week, so I've not really been concentrating on it. But that I'm crafting that. I'm not going to bother enchanting it because I'm crafting that as rare soon anyway. As soon as I get up to 300 art and security, I'm not seriously crafting. I'm not seriously gathering on this character in the meantime. It's mostly just for content creation purposes more than anything else. How does the price for commodities usually work when new patch come out? For example, next season, will you expect the prices to increase again everywhere? They might increase a little bit, but there'll be also a lot of stockpiling as well. So we've looked at it a couple of times in streams where we've seen where people were talking about stockpiling before the new season came out, and we were just looking that sometimes people, even though demand goes up so much, because people stockpile so much as well, the price can end up going down, as bizarre as it may seem. But that's what happens. Oh, come on, there's some guy right in there, just right ahead of me on this cycle. That's 3 in a row that's just disappeared as I've got to them. Love your videos, man. Thank you. Thanks for watching them. In your video, you said that when crafting, people will have to profit out of it most of the time. Well, I'm a bisque crafter in alloys, but crafting tells me I lose 30 gold per craft. Like, people aren't crafting alloys at a loss. So someone's making gold somewhere, somehow. Like, no one's crafting like thousands and thousands of alloys. Because if any, you've got to think about it in the sense that people can't do it long term because people are losing gold crafting at a loss. So they're doing something. It's like if I went and checked all my crafts now, I'm sure everything would be unprofitable crafting on a reset day. But luckily, I've bought the vast majority of my stuff, materials wise, sort of when the prices were a lot lower. Watch them all the time when I'm at work. Well, I wish I could watch YouTube when I was at work. Like, I hardly get to watch anything nowadays. Oh, we're nearly up to 25. Herbalism skill anyway. Oh, no lotus. There's something I want to try out with. There's a guy that's done a lot of done dual gathering on mining and herbalism using 2 people and 1 mount. It sounded pretty cool. I want to try that out at some point as well. Like I said, not something I'm going to run long term because I'm not really a gatherer, but that's why I have these characters so I can try that sort of stuff out. Nope, you're not eating me. Come on, everyone's trying. What kind of hour profit do you make while mining and herbing at the moment? I've got no idea because I don't do it. I don't really mine and herb. It's just a character I keep up for content creation purposes, so I don't do it really seriously. I'm literally just going to get the weekly knowledge on this guy, and then I won't do any more of it. I am meaning to try out some of the better mining and herbing routes to see what sort of gold it can make. But it won't be something I do sort of a lot of, because I mostly make my gold other ways. You seem to slow down a bit. Not having this weekly buff is really annoying. Just not happy with that at all. I'll never make that mistake again. Got a feeling this is all going to disappear again, isn't it, seeing as that guy's just been here. How are we doing? Only one mining one so far. Where's the herbalism one? Do you usually flip maps with weekly reset by Sunday when things are low and then sell on reset? No, I don't usually do that. It's I just find it too risky. I will buy the mats, but I will buy the mats and craft something. Because if you've got a profit margin, it's a safer bet rather than just trying to resell materials. If you resell materials, you're relying on the material price to go up just to break even. Because obviously you're paying an auction house cut on whatever you sell. So if you sell for the same price, then you've made a 5% loss, haven't you? So I don't really like. There's not many circumstances where I'll just buy materials to resell, unless I've got like. No, it's not. It's just not something I would normally do. I just find it too risky. Which true site file are you using on your gatherer? That one. Rank 2 one. What do you do for work? I am a nurse. Believe it or not, I do not work in finance. Much to people's surprise. What should I focus on for herbalism mining knowledge trees, if you don't mind? Well, I went for this first, just for mining while herbalism, mining while you're mounted, because I just find it so useful. If you're not bothered about that, then you do, I think, get higher gold per hour, maxing those two out. So those two, you do need to get maxed out because you want your rank 3 bismuth. But I like that. Now, the choice of what you do from here, most people would tell you to max out one of these so you get more null stones. And then max out that one so you get more null stones. It's probably the right answer. But I'm just semi-tempted to go into this one to make the rich deposits give more. So when you get rank 3 bismuth, so that when you get bismuth rich ones, it's more likely to give you something. But the right answer is to go into one of these. I'm pretty sure it is. In fact, let's do it now so I don't make a stupid decision later on down the line. There we go, it's done. Decision made. As far as herbalism is concerned, there's obviously, you can put points in here to gather while mounted, but it's not so much of an issue because you can just use your sky golem. Definitely want 40 points in bountiful harvest because that's going to increase the quality of everything you get. Then I like having, as weird as this looks, like having 20 points in each of these just because firstly it's going to give you an all-round plus skill, but it also gives you sort of more herbs from your finesse. Now if you get the last one, then you get more null lotuses, but null lotuses aren't like, it's not like getting the rare stuff from mining. It's just not worth as much. But yeah, basically, just as many points as you can get in Bountiful Harvest. If you've got a farm that targets particular herbs, then it'd be really nice if you can max out that particular herb anyway. Right. I know how they can have a profit with Sanctified Aloes. They just lower the price on tinder boxes and buy them in bulk 10% cheaper on market. It happens every 10 minutes on Auction House. Yeah, tinder boxes are just sort of you know, they're just a bit of it, something you don't particularly want to be going too near at the moment, or at least not holding on to them for a long time, should I say. So this is the problem though. After a while, crafting just gets so competitive that people just can't craft and list anymore, can they? They're having to mess about doing all this weird stuff. Double null stone. Thank you. I will offer you as well. Double null stone. What's a null stone worth on the US? 3,000 gold now. Still 6,000 gold from one swing of the pickaxe. What route build would you want to try for herbalism and mining? There's a few people that have posted routes, mostly on Reddit, where they're supposedly getting like close to 100,000 gold an hour, and I just wanted to try those out and see what I get, because you never know with those sorts of things, like how clickbaity it is. See, on Reddit it tends to be a little bit less clickbaity because people aren't sort of trying to farm views like they do on YouTube. So yeah, oh, crap. I literally just wanted to try those out and see what sort of gold an hour they do actually get. Anything you'd recommend in tailoring? Originally, I was using it for concentration spell threads before that tank. Some maxed in multicraft. So maxed in multicraft, making some money with bolts while trying to max that out. I don't really, unless you're going to go into actual proper crafting. Also, you've maxed out multicraft and you're making money off the bolts, but not off the spell threads. It's just bizarre, isn't it? The market just never goes where it should do. Like, theoretically, the spell thread should always be selling on a concentration build for more than bolts. Whole situation just very weird. Just tailoring's just been a mess. How do you calculate your profits when crafting things like boundless ciphers? Because I've done so much crafting, I have a lot of data knowing what I should get when I mill, and then when I craft inks, and then when I craft ciphers, so I can put like the herb prices in, and I know what my crafting cost is for my ciphers from that. Whereas Craft Sim struggles with that a little bit more, at least unless you mess around with it too much. I would just rather know exactly what I'm paying when I'm crafting something from herb to finished product. Plethora of ore, bismuth, mining fundamental. Yeah, I mean that's basically like that's what I mean. That's pretty much what I said. Isn't get those free first. I know some people are making. I think people are making more gold not having the mining well mounted, but it just seems too much effort to me. Especially when you can when you're quite quick as well, like I am. Like you can just get these so quick, and then you're just gone. Oh god, that was fail. Super fail. There we go. All right, thanks. Got Bismuth Max. Company working on getting maxed for mounted mining. Yeah, it's such a nice quality of life. And it's not like you don't get, it's not as good as like the other ones, but you do still get some nice secondary stats from maxing that out as well. So it's not like a loss. Dr. Gosling, saw your post on Reddit, laughed my ass, awarded and commented, yeah. Thank you for the award. It was the thing is, when I posted that video, I didn't expect it to go viral. I thought it might get like, 10,000 views, 20,000 views. And what's it at now? It's at what? Some absolutely ridiculous number of views now. $178,000 views on a gold making video. It's just bizarre. Like, I didn't even think that was possible. Like, I'd never even had a video hit 100,000 views till this expansion. I'm at 6 North Stones this mining hour, 20 minutes left to go. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of people are making the gold. You see, on the US, if you'd have had 6 North Stones, that's like 18,000 gold you've made already just from the North Stones. You've got 20 minutes left, then you're probably going to get another 3, aren't you? So it is. It's a good chunk of your... use this well, I remember as well. Oh, right, of course I land right next to a mob. Carry on crafting those, right. Right, we want that one. For sure. I don't know where to put the points now. I suppose I should probably put it in whatever I'm picking up the most of around here. Even though, like, lure drop, etc. Where are all my herbs? Yeah, I get loads of Blessing Blossom. I'm just going to put it in Blessing Blossom, I think. It's probably not right, but like I said, I'm not a serious... not a serious gatherer anyway, am I? What am I at? 4 and 2. I'm surprised they never made a mount similar to Sky Golem for mining well mounted. I'm surprised that they've not nerfed it, to be honest. Or at least said, oh, it still works for old expansion stuff, but it doesn't work for this expansion. Yeah, I'm really surprised they haven't done that. Because if they did that as well, they could introduce... Because it sort of makes a mockery of the fact that you can mine while herbed. What's in mine while herbed? Mine while mounted and herb while mounted. Like, because nobody's going to pick that tree for herbalism because they don't need to. Right, where's that? I'm not listing enough stuff on the auction house here. I'm not paying attention to that. I'm too busy faffing about doing this weekly gathering stuff. What we at? Yeah, we're less than 2 million gold an hour. We were miles higher than that earlier. Right, so what do we need? We need another 5,000 spears. But I've got... I will buy them. I would have sold the inks, but I've got a load of inks already stocked as well. I've probably gone overcrafted a little bit on these. I mean, it's not. Why is it not opening? It's not so much of a problem with boundless ciphers. They're never going to really sell us at a loss, even if the prices come down. But oh yeah, we need more stupid water stuff. If you were using a tailor for unraveling and bolt making, would you focus on multi-craft bolt or resourcefulness unraveling side first for blue gear? I would probably, because if you go for unraveling first, then you also need to get the bag. Because you can't unravel unless you've got the bag, which is there. So I would probably go with bolts first, personally, because you can obviously you're gonna have to buy your spools from the auction house, but you turn them into weaver cloth bolts, and then you can turn them into exquisite weaver cloth bolts. So you can do sort of 2 loads of thing in there. If you go for unraveling first, then you need not only the tool, but you need the bag as well. And it's hard to sell. Well, you can no, it's not hard to sell spools. They just don't sell very quick. As some other people have pointed out in chat already, it's not the fastest selling stuff in the world. So, if you hunt nullstones with artisan's pickaxe and double perception, you want speed. The more nodes hit, the more chance of nullstones, the more chance of double procs. Yeah. So in that case, you do want, but yeah, you do want speed. And I agree. I think you should have the mining while mounted. But obviously, the more of these you have unlocked as well, the more chance you've got of no longer damaging null stones as well. But yeah, I still think mining while mounted is just too good to turn down. Where's that one hiding? Oh, and we're done with weekly herbalism already. That weren't too bad this week. Maybe it just doesn't feel bad because the amount of mining and herbalism I did over the weekend for the video yesterday. So this just feels like nothing now compared to what I did then, because that was a lot of mining and herbalism. It is great being able to do that, but it is a lot of. It was a lot of effort. Got this lady chewing chips behind me with her mouth open. How do I tell her she's annoying without being mean? Nothing I would say on this while I was streaming anyway. Maybe just get some crisps out. Start doing it really loud yourself, even louder, ridiculously loud. How do you deal with people undercutting by an absurd amount? Do you buy them out or just wait to see what happens? Like, it depends. If they're cutting down to like people do it to knock people out the market. If they want to sell at that price, then there's not a lot you can do about it. But I wouldn't be buying people out because if they're willing to sell at that price, they're probably willing to craft more and sell at that price. So you've either got to sell at that price or just sit back and wait to see what happens. But it's a strategy a lot of people use to get rid of their competition, unfortunately. I won't say it's a strategy I've never used because it is useful if someone's aggressively cancel scanning and you can't be bothered to deal with them. Right. Legit was fighting people on Reddit trying to move people to the perception way of mining. So many doubted. Yeah, I mean, I went perception, but almost everyone said to me finesse, but I've not switched it back over um, because I'm too lazy to switch it over. But like I went to the same logic that it seemed to me that it would be better. So that's his crafting at a loss, but that assumes I'm buying the Weavercraft bolt, and I bought the Weavercraft bolts for. Um, I've made them for cheaper than that. But I'm still only going to craft a few of these. Where's that? Four screens or tabbing. I've had four screens open. Do you need blue profession gear, or is green enough for a profitable gathering? I mean, with your gathering, I would use your artisan's acuity to buy all the books first that give you 15 knowledge each, because I think that's the best use of your artisan's acuity before you get blue profession tools. Blue profession tools do help, but getting all those extra knowledge points is much better to begin with. You can get 45 knowledge points from artisan's acuity for mining and for both mining and herbalism. That's absolutely huge. And you can still make decent gold without any blue profession tools whatsoever. Obviously, it's just going to increase what you do make. What we got? We've got three. Mining always takes so much longer than herbalism. I'm going to. How do you buy larger stacks from the vendors? Add-on, yeah. Add-on's called Buy 'em all, I think. Is it? Yeah, Buy 'em all. Absolutely essential add-on if you're Inscription. Like, I don't understand how people could craft with Inscription without it, because you're buying so many stacks of water. Like, just all the time. What is the best version of the War Within to get? Basic or Epic Edition? Hey, if it was now, I would just buy basic ones. I only bought the Epic ones because for the early access. I would only buy a basic one now. Yeah, I wouldn't be marketing spores. Would be selling bolts, crafting blues to shuffle. I did one gather with mining fundamentals. Then this week did a new character for the catch-up acuity and went fundamentals first, and it was so much better in experience. Yeah, it's just that it's just that quality of life, and it's not like that's all you get from it. You still do get secondary stats from it. There is still stuff that does increase your gold per hour. It's not as good as having plus skill, but it is just so much better. And even though I don't need these herbs, I still keep collecting them. Even though I say I'm not a farmer, you just see something that's clickable and you just need to click it, don't you? I didn't do a cancel scan. There's probably going to be about 500 items on the auction house. We'll just keep chucking stuff on and hoping it sells. Will you be giving away 1 billion gold at some point? Well, if I quit, I will do. Probably that's like a 20-minute stream delay. It's just me getting behind on chat. Do you think at this stage it's possible to go from 0 to 100 million in a matter of weeks? No. The profits in the market aren't there anymore. Like you can do it in the first couple of weeks maybe, but not at the moment. Hey, just wanted to say I appreciate your videos and content. My brother and I have made tons of gold from your tips. Hope you're doing well, sir. No, that's great. That's awesome that you're both making gold from it, and thank you for telling me that you are, because that's absolutely, I love hearing that stuff. That's what keeps you going, making videos, when people telling you how much it's helping. Still can't help. I'm still picking up all the herbs. Oh, it's you, is it? You're making them all. Anyone have link to the week or to track profession knowledge? It's on my last video. See if I can find it. No, I don't want to listen to my own voice. Yeah, that's the week aura. If that's the one you're talking about. Hello, I'm pretty new here. Have seen a few videos, but I have the classic question: how much money do you have? About 1.1 billion, roughly. No, more than that now, but I don't know exactly how much. I need to empty my mailbox to see. Just spent around 100k on getting a new character with Jewelcrafting maxed out, and with 2 blue tools just to make vials. Still crafting minus 26G a craft. If that's on US, it might be because the crushed gem prices are really high at the moment. Because that was a problem I was having earlier. I had some glass that I'd got for a decent price, but someone had reset the gem price or something. But I can usually make some okay gold crafting vials. Although I'm talking about rank 3 vials, though. I haven't crafted rank 2 vials for a while. I've not even checked them out. So I'm not sure what the story is there. But crafting the rank 3 ones, then yeah. But it's like with all the crafting at the moment, you have to just keep an eye out on the prices, because it's just all freaking all over the place. Right. You can get on with your ciphers. Right, there we do it. There we do a cancel scan. It's going to be like 700 or something ridiculous. Any tips on leveling alts fast to level 70? Not really. I've only got two level 70, not to level 80. I don't know. I just freaking. The problem when you have so much gold is you can't even when you have something like Mop Remix, you can't be bothered to level your characters up. So you just buy level boosts. I think I bought like 50 level boosts last expansion. And I've not leveled any of those characters up. Next expansion, I'll probably just buy loads more. Will professions become profitable again in the future? I mean, more profitable. the thing is, the thin profit margins are probably here to stay now. The only time you'll get a really good profit margin is if they introduce something new into the game and people don't have it for a while. But as soon as people get it, the problem is just the amount of competition for everything. Unfortunately. And the competition just doesn't really go away. 400 auctions to cancel. This is going to take like half an hour. Yeah, over 3,300 mails now to open. I think I'll do the mailbox opening this weekend, probably. Been saving for a couple of weeks now, so. Oh god, that's laggy. You got the herb roots faster than the mining slivers. I had about herbs 20 more roots after finishing the mining. What? You finished mining first. I never finished mining first. Mine wasn't even close as well. Mine was literally, I probably had like 25 mining ones to get. I'm really surprised that people have had such different RNG to me when it comes to stuff like that. I assumed everyone would get herbalism done first, simply because I seem to get it done first every week anyway. You know, just for the gathering the items, like this. Like, you know, I did finished the herbalism one ages ago, didn't I? I'm still going with this mining one. How many more do I need? See, I've still only got 3 mining ones. And I've had the herbalism one done ages ago. Where can I learn about formatology? Not sure what's transmute, what rank, use concentration, question mark. I think Goldson's doing quite a lot of stuff on that. But I've not seen like a particularly, what I would say, conclusive guide video about it. But there are I've seen some really nice looking spreadsheets out there, but I don't know what's sort of available in the public domain because it's not some goal making I've not touched it at all yet. It's on the to-do list, but so is a million other things, unfortunately. Uh, hey, can I ask a thing? How many add-ons do I need to play the War Within now for a second account? How many add-ons do you need? Well, you only use the same add-ons on your new account that you use on your old account because you'll have the same installer WoW. Are you selling gold? If so, how much are you making from it roughly per month? No, I don't sell gold. I'm not gonna risk a 20-year-old account, 20-year-old accounts with like the amount of gold that I've got on these accounts and the amount of effort I've put into them over making like, you know, a fairly small like a fairly small amount of real life money. It's literally just not worth it. Like, even if I could sell it and 100% knew I weren't going to get banned, then it's probably barely worth it because it's just not huge amounts of real life money you get from it anyway. Like, if as soon as you start selling gold for real life money, then it's basically just a job, then, isn't it? And then earning the gold just doesn't become as fun anymore. Oh, you. I want that rich bismuth. Give me that rich bismuth. Nope, I'm going. I'm going. Where's that? Seem to just be getting so much more rank 3 stuff now than I have ever done before. Big fan of the content. Quick question: is there any hope for gold making with blacksmithing? I got 2 characters maxed out on alloys. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people are not really having a lot of luck with alloys at the moment. But like I said, people must be doing something somewhere to make gold from it. Now, I don't know if they're just buying materials at the right time. Because like I said, all this stuff, I bought some materials today, but most of the stuff I'm selling was crafted when material prices, or the materials for the stuff was bought when the prices were a lot lower. So it's either that or they've found some other way. I don't know if the ratio gives you any advantage with mining with blacksmithing. I imagine it probably does, doesn't it? Because if you need 10 bismuth, to make a alloy, basic alloy, then I imagine the +5 skill you get from the ratio probably means you can get away with using 1 rank 2, which makes a big difference in the crafting cost. Hello, how do you restock your inventory of transmog items? You make 1 million per day on all servers as well. I buy all the transmog, but I buy it usually at the end of an expansion. So like all the Dragonflight stuff, all that Dragonflight transmog that used to drop, I've just bought ridiculous amounts of it. And then because you've bought it all up, you know there's going to be no more supply into the market because it's from Dragonflight. So you know the price is going to go up naturally because the supply is going to go down. And the supply's already gone down a lot because you've bought it all off the auction house. So it's not like I go farming, classic dungeons or anything like that. I don't farm anything. I just buy loads of stuff and manipulate the price to be much higher. Like I was looking the other day at one of the items I bought from Shadowlands, the Necromancer Mantle, and I bought it, and my average buy price was 21,000 gold. And I bought hundreds of these at 21,000 gold. I'm now selling these at 700,000 gold. And they are selling at 700,000 gold. And I currently hold about 2/3 of the stock across the entire EU and US. And believe it or not, mine I'm selling for 700,000 gold are mostly the cheapest on the auction house now. That's crazy. Average buy price of 21,000 gold or whatever it was, and now selling for 700,000. And they are selling, like I said, it's crazy. But it's because people don't like doing things long term in WoW. Like I said, I bought that. Those were purchases from Shadowlands. And I still got some stuff from BFA. How is that auction tool legal? It looks like it's essentially bought in the auction house. It's just listing prices. How's it botting? I'm still clicking every time to thingy. It's no different to any other auction house add-on. If you, I mean, if you're that bothered about it, go and make some threads about it or something on the forums. Because you're not the only one. A lot of people don't like it. That it's in the game. But do you think it'll make any difference if I have to manually just list these like this? Oh, the price of that's good. Right. We've got 5 slabs. I want to finish this off because I think I'm going to stop listing tempered potions now because that price is sneaking up. I might even be tempted to craft some more. I'm going to let them sell a little bit more. See if, because there's not much there. That could, that could shoot up to 125, even up to 140. Quite quickly. How many of these have I got left? Because I keep restocking, but I didn't see how much I'd actually left in stock in my bank. Oh, that's loads. There we go. We've got like 1, 2, probably over 3 bank tabs worth of tempered potions. That's fine. I'll sit back and let the price go up. Like I said, I crafted these on about less, like an 89, 88 gold crafting cost when the prices were really low at the weekend. If I can get them up to like 130, 140, I'm going to get like a 50% profit margin on those, which at this time the expansion is freaking ridiculous. But there's not many on the auction house. There's not many there at all. There's a bit of a wall there and a bit of a wall there. But if it gets past that wall, then it literally jumps to 125. And if it gets past that, it's up to 140. Which is why I'm quite happy to sit here and watch it go to 140. It's still early as well. What, we're only at 2 o'clock. 2:30 US time. So we'll skip tempered potions and list the rest. I mean, I am happy enough to sell at 109, but do you use gold for WoW tokens? Yes, I use way too much gold for WoW tokens, like a ridiculous amount. Like I've probably bought maybe 10,000 euros worth of WoW tokens with gold in the last 2 years. Mostly, I mean, obviously for my game time for 10 accounts, but then also for Diablo Immortal I spent a lot. For Warcraft Rumble I spent a lot. But just because you can, basically. Where's mine? Yeah, that was a stupid decision. Let's get out of here. It shows you how crap my gear is when I'm just getting slaughtered like that. Hope you're having a good evening, friend. When you get to the age of 20, 25 and move out, you don't get to hear it as often, so I'll take my time to tell you good job. Thank you. I wish I was 25 again. Let's not talk about ages. It just makes everyone sad, doesn't it? Getting old sucks. So when I check the auction house, I always see some 14 gold bismuth pop up every 3 seconds besides the normal 25 gold ones. If there a way to safely get the 14G ones. Not really. They just disappear basically instantly. Just people trying to bait people to list stuff. Alloys is a gamble. You can make gold in a batch or craft and you can lose. I mean, it just depends on what your profit margins is. I've got a feeling that the issue might be the ratio, or at least on when you're talking about basic alloy crafting, as I'm sure that +5 skill is probably making it so people can craft with at least one bit of rank 2 bismuth, which does have an effect on the crafting cost, obviously. Come on, I want to just finish this weekly off. He says as he collects more herbs. I wish they could ban people who repeatedly post auctions like that, waste so much time. Just annoying. It's just annoying, but what's even more annoying is it must work because so many people are doing it. And if people weren't, getting any success from it, then they wouldn't be doing it. I've just accidentally posted tempered pot Santa. Not paying attention. Just saw a mine over here somewhere, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, that's what's, like I said, that's what's frustrating, and it actually works. And people are losing a lot of gold from it. I just wish the system would ignore those sorts of listings. Someone undercuts by a ridiculous amount. And if people also post their auctions, it's not just going to post it straight under it like that. Because it's obviously one of the more annoying things that's come into the game since we've got the region-wide auction house. It wasn't really an issue before that because there wasn't enough people posting on like a single server. For it to be an issue. How can you play NA and have EU BattleNet and be able to withdraw tokens to BattleNet currency? Surely NA is in dollars, so it doesn't allow it. I've got 2 BattleNets, one for EU, one for US. I recently had my birthday and understand that feeling. Or yeah, I guess you're talking about the age. Yeah, there's no you can do about it. Just age graciously, I guess. What do you think is a good crafting profession to start building that offers a decent profit with easy catch-up knowledge points? I think you're after the holy grail there, really. Like, people are just after anything that can make. We crashed? No. Like, it's only worth doing crafting if you really feel like you can do it for a long time, because the setup cost, even though you can get all your art and security for basically free, you've still got to level the profession and spend a little bit of gold on the profession gear. So unless you're in it for the real long haul, then it's not worth it, because it's just going to take you so long to even get your gold back that you put in, even though it's not a lot. The profit margins are just crap. And so most people are better off just sticking with a concentration. But so many people are mining it, like on reset day. Why is everyone mining on reset day? Like, you think they'd do it over the weekend or something. Right. Get rid of that, because I don't need to do that anymore. 4 accounts at once. Lol, how can I compete? Well, you could probably compete when it comes to the mining because I'm not very good at that. And that's not particularly efficient doing it while you're running 4 accounts. Blacksmith ratio doesn't matter. Only one item has ranks, other has no, so can't give 10 points if I remember right. So you can't chance anything black. Surely it helps with core alloys though, because surely if you've got 10, if you're using 10 bismuth on the basic alloys, is that not going to give you one, allow you to create one rank using a rank 2? Oh, that was just baiting me again. What a bait. I hate it when that happens, when stuff disappears right in front of you. It's fine, you can log in. When you're doing concentration builds, alchemy, enchanting, etc., would you wait until the reset to sell it all, or hoping the prices will go up, or just list as you go? Like, it does seem to go up a little bit at reset. But personally, me, I would just list it. But when it's concentration build, you've got to think you're not really like you're not trying to sell by bulk. So what I tend to do, oh, this is annoying. Right, if the price is 10,000 and there's not a massive wall at 10,000, I'll list it like 12, 13, maybe 15,000, just hoping stuff sells through. Because even if it doesn't sell through in 24 hours, you don't really care because you're not in a rush to sell, are you? You've not like got the situation you've got when you're crafting and you're worried about the prices dropping or anything like that. When you're doing a concentration build, you know it's always going to be profit. Prices shouldn't drop that much. I've done it again. I've listed tempered potions. What an idiot. Would you think it's profitable to shuffle formulas from server to server? Absolutely. Shuffling stuff across server with your warband banks, fairly reliable way to make gold. Why do you keep running out of mount energy when herbing mining? It's because I'm not doing it properly. Like I'm using excessive amounts of energy and then I'm just not doing anything for a while because I'm doing other stuff. Like if I was 100% concentrating on it, then I would be flying around properly. Although I do want that mine. Like I've just used 2 energy there when I shouldn't have done. I should have just used 1. But I'm not bothered because I know I'm going to be taking a break in a minute. Whereas if I knew I was doing it properly, then um, you have to be more efficient with your energy. Oh, come on. I should have had that in time. Um, right, sit there for a minute. What do you do with that much gold? Isn't there a point where you hit gold cap on 5 accounts, so you don't need any more for like forever? Yeah, I mean, I'm never the amount of gold I've got, I could never spend it. Like, it is absolutely pointless having that amount of gold. As far as it's never going to get spent. But as long as you enjoy what you're doing, you don't really care, do you? But that's why I do occasionally give away a bit. We had the 10 million gold giveaway last weekend, didn't we? And congrats to the two winners of that. We've got 5 million gold each. Do you have any pets? Yeah, like loads of them just here. There's a couple of cats behind me somewhere as well. Um, hey, this has probably been asked 10 times, but how much is mining per hour? It depends. So some people say they can get up to like 100k an hour, which I would like to try to be able to believe it. To see it actually working in practice. Because unless I actually see a whole hour on a video, I'm skeptical. Yes, finally we're done. Oh, I've done it again. I've listed potions again. They'll sell through quick anyway. In the core ally, if you're putting one rank 2 bismuth, even with a +5 skill from the ratio, you can't make it rank 3. All right. I'm surprised, very surprised by that. Question for you as a pro: what's the best profession duo for a newbie gold making profession person? Mining and herbing. Mate, how do you calculate your profit? Add-ons are not correct. I mean, CraftSim is fairly good, but I do all mine on Excel. So I just put all my numbers into Excel and they tell me what my profit margins are, roughly. Skip. Right, how are we doing with this? Look, we're nearly up to 122. I think there's quite a big wall there now. I think I'll sell at 122 because that's still a really good profit margin. I give up, just going to herb mine as well. Well, I mean, you can't lose gold if you just herb and mine, can you? Why have prices tanked in the last week for everything? They tank every week. They just don't tank as ridiculous as they have done. Like tomorrow on the US realms, you will see the prices go down again. But we're hoping it's going to be nowhere near as dramatic as it was last week because that was just a bit too crazy for my liking. Right, hand that in. There you go. 10 Mica Bloom and 10 Blessing Bloom for the Herbalism one this week for those that were asking. Easy. Super cheap. I've done that. I've done that. I've done that. So I've done pretty much everything on my mining herbalism character this week. I've got 12 more, so I can max that out. And then next week, I can probably, can I? 5, 6, 7, 5, 9, 16. I can't quite max another one out next week. That's fine. And mining. all the way around to there. So next week we can max that out on mining. There we go, that's done. Right, let's make the game look horrible again. Can you cancel all auctions with one button with TSM? No, you have to do them all. Every single listing you have to cancel individually, which is why I have like literally hundreds of listings on here. What's the most gold you've lost on a gamble with auction house prices? I think the most gold I've lost in one go was, I think I talked about this last stream, when last expansion we had a bug with the tailoring cooldowns where people could basically just use their hearthstone and reset the tailoring cooldowns and just craft a load of bolts again. And Blizzard put a statement out saying it was fixed. And as soon as they did that, I bought up all the bolts, obviously expecting the prices to go up because the bug had been fixed. But the bug hadn't been fixed. And I bought everything out, and then people just, crafted a load more bolts again by just exploiting the bug. So yeah, I lost a decent amount. Like I lost a few mil from that. But I don't really gamble in the sense that I don't just buy stuff in the hope that the price is going to go up, because I don't find that a particularly good strategy personally. Right, let's give you some, make you look half decent. 5 mil each. Good lord, when's the next giveaway? I don't know. Yeah, I need to come up with something interesting to do. Because last year when I was doing all my giveaways, they were boring. This time it was a lot more fun on what we did. And that's what I want to do for the future. I want to make it more fun. Rather than, like, comment on the video and all that crap. It's just boring. And I'd rather make it as well so the people that are watching the channel and stuff like that have the highest chance of winning as well. Which is what happened this time. Both people that won were channel watchers and came on the stream as well. On EU yesterday, I got 60k an hour for 2 hours, and today at 5 p.m. I got like 55k an hour. It's solid though, isn't it? You can't really argue with that. And you think it's not taking you that much effort to get your WoW token for the month from doing that, right? Don't you just love it when people just drop prices by that much? So I'm just going to buy them up just to stop the price going down so much. Right. I'm just buying up some cheap ore. I don't usually craft. Try not to skip tempered potions. Yeah, I try not to craft engineering on stream because it tends to be the most laggy thing out of all of them. We'll give it a go. I haven't bought that much. I can't believe 100k at these map prices unless you're getting extremely lucky with null stones. Yeah, I mean that's why I was a little bit skeptical. But if someone will show me it in action, and that's why I wanted to try it out myself as well. I mean, I'm not an expert farmer, but if I can get like, 70, 75k an hour running the route, then I know someone who's really good at it will be able to get 100k an hour. I don't have all blue tools, and I have max knowledge in mining only, missing knowledge on herbalism. Have you ever taken interest in the real stock market outside of WoW? Yes, but not in this only in the most boring sense possible, as in buying ETFs, buying all world ETFs. Very boring. But I don't like gambling with real money, especially. Even I like gambling even less with real money than I do with WoW money. Were you able to get any alchemy knowledge points from formatology discoveries without allocating any points to the tree? I've not done any of that. Can you explain what you mean by wall when you look at tempered potion prices? So you see here we have 3,000. Now what you're looking at, if this was 30,000, then it's very hard for these to sell through. Now you think once that 3,000 sold, this 100, this 13, 1, 29, 2, they're going to sell instantly. And then it's going to hit that 1,500, and then that's going to take a little bit longer to sell. The one will go instantly, then that 369 take a little bit of time to sell. All these are going to disappear instantly. So what I mean by a wall is if this was like 15,000 instead of 1,500, then you've got a wall there that's stopping the price going up. But as that's looking at the moment, that price is going to go up to 122 shortly. But then it will take a while to go up because you've got like 12,000 there. But there's the potential here. There's so few of these potions on the auction house. There's a potential that this could go up all the way to 140, which considering I were crafting these, like I said, I think about 88, 89 gold over the weekend each. That's an insane profit margin with how things currently are. So that's why I'm just not posting these, because if I post these, then I'm sort of keeping this price down. I want this to sell up. Even though this is a good profit margin for me, at what I was selling, what I paid for my crafting costs, I want this to go all the way up to here. And ideally, I want it to go up to 140. Although I'll probably it'll be so profitable at 122. I'm sure there'll be loads of other people that sort of come in then as well. But that's what I mean. If you have big walls, then it's hard for the price to go up. But if there's not those huge amounts of potions there for people to buy through, right? Skip tempered potions, list everything else. So yeah, I'm tempted to craft. Looking at that now, I'm tempted to craft more um, tempered potions, and it just crashed. It didn't crash, just thinking it down, but right. So if we go, what's lure drop? So lure drop's gone up to 56. Spears are selling at what? Maybe 52 if I mass buy those. Macro blooms at 18. 18. So that leaves my crafting cost of a tempered potion at 103 at the moment, which I'm happy enough to craft some more of these at that price, considering where it looks like the price is going to go up. So we'll buy 30,000 of those. 10,000 of those. 10,000 of those. Got to put those in the price as well, but yeah, so it's actually 1 gold more because they've gone up slightly in price as well. But yeah, so crafting cost of these are costing me 109 to craft. So these are costing me what, 20 gold more than the others to craft. But just by crafting these, it helps keep the cost of the potions up anyway. So I need some more vials. Right, sorry, I'm getting miles behind on chat again. Prices will go down again. Why? Because people will end up having stock left over from reset and they'll just dump it on the auction house trying to sell it desperately. So you'll see prices of like tempered potions maybe go up a bit, as you've seen there, but then tomorrow they'll just drop off dramatically. How long you've been a wild billionaire? I think it's just over a year that I hit 1 billion gold. What did you do this time around for the giveaway? I may have missed that. I did. I was hiding clues in the video. People had to buy something off the auction house from a certain server and then sell it back to me basically for like 5 million gold. But I left clues in some of my videos as to what the item was and what server it was on and stuff like that, and people had to figure it out. It was good. It took about 3 hours, I think, for us to get a winner on the US, and about 3.5 hours for us to get a winner on the EU. To level Dragonflight Alchemy to make the Quick Hands potion will take a long time, or can I level it fast now? I've got no idea on how fast it will be now. I've not done any Dragonflight Alchemy for probably nearly 2 years at this point. Let's skip. When did you start playing WoW? Classic, as in vanilla classic. I'm sure with all blue tools and well gathering professions running 2 accounts, you could easily get 100k. I've got on 40k with just 1 account and not fully statted. Yeah, I want to try the dual gathering thing at some point as well. But the thing is, it just needs you 60 points in herbalism, doesn't it? Because you need to have mount while gathering on both characters, even for the herbalism. So that's the only problem with that, because you need to spend those 60 points, which you wouldn't probably normally want to spend in herbalism. Oh, actually, I'm going to put these in the bank to be sold before we go treasure hunting. I made all wrong decisions at the start of the expansion, decided to convert all 6 of mine to crafting every region for every profession, smart or overdone, then decided, well, it depends, because if you've got them as bisque crafters and they're making gold, I mean, like mine, mine aren't making loads of gold nowadays, but they are making some gold. But yeah, if it's making you gold, then you do it. Unfortunately, if you've got 6 crafters that aren't making you gold, then it's not an ideal situation, really, is it? The auction house is worthless now with all the bots. What you mean, like this bot? I don't know. I don't really find that to be an issue. It's probably because I don't cancel scan as much as others do. Like, I don't really do it aggressively, so I'm just posting every now and again. Oh, not lag. Straight into the wall. Selling over the last 3 days of the week and you lose you a lot of gold. Yeah. Yeah, because prices don't really recover till the until reset day. And it does seem a bit weird to be buying stuff up and crafting it and then just not trying to sell it because you know the prices suck. But unfortunately, that's how we have to do it at the moment. Come on, let's see if we can do this then. First 2 treasures like we did last time. Oh, one already. Oh, crap, crap, crap. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh yeah, I've got a pet, apparently. I have a pet. Right, come on, go, go, go. Stop shooting him, just run away. To be fair, I could have killed him with this guy. He's got 390 item level, but a lot of my guys have like 200 item level. Come on, why are you still coming after me? This is... When you mentioned profit margins, do you take into account multi-craft resourcefulness or just price to price, price to craft, price to sell? No, I take into account all the resourcefulness and multi-craft and stuff like that. All my numbers are based on what I produce using the multi-craft and resourcefulness. So I don't think anybody could make profit without taking those into account nowadays. Well, nobody could make profit without taking those into account because it makes an absolutely huge difference. Skip that. How's these? You see, now I'm going to have to sell. Now I'm going to have to sell at 112. I've got no choice because someone's put 22,000 on there, so that's not going any higher now. Which means my decision to craft some more of these, is not really now great. But there's nothing I can do about that now. Where is this satchel? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so now I just need to sell my potions. There's nothing I can do about it. I've got to stick with the 112 profit margin because it's never going to sell through 25,000. Well, it will sell through, but I can't wait for it to sell through. It's too long. But I know it's only early in the US region, and if I actually lived in the US region, I could potentially wait it out. But I don't live in the US region. I live in the EU region, and it is now sort of 9:15 at night for me. And I do have a lot of these potions to sell, so now I just have to sell. Now that someone's done that. Which is a pity, because it'd have been really nice if it went up to 140 or whatever. But some people just want to sell and just get whatever profit margins they can, which is, that's up to them. We'll just have to do the same now. Still selling at 112 when crafting cost was what, 88, 89. It's not end of the world. It's about the best you're going to get most of the time nowadays, unfortunately. Blasphemite's Gamble, let's go. Hello, Goldson. Yeah, we just need to buy up all the Blasphemites, don't we? So Goldson makes loads of gold. Seeing as he's carrying the whole stock of the US in his warband bank. That was a crazy gamble, though. Oh, God. Where is it? Yeah, I think I'm paying for my luck that I got on the Alchemy. I've got a feeling this one's not going to be so easy. This is probably the only other profession I'm going to do now, though. So only doing 2 of these a week now. I think I might do engineering. No, I'm not going to do engineering. I can't be bothered. Only collecting profession treasures on 2 professions a week is, it's nice. And this will be the last week I do of Inscription as well. So after this, I'm only doing Alchemy. Right, you can land. Oh. Nice, you can land there. Oh no, that's the one that's in the cave, isn't it? You can't get to. Or I can't get to it, at least, anyway. Yeah, I mean, tempered potions sell as fast as I can put on the auction house. I'm going to sell them all at that price now. Can an account with game time, but not with the Warwing, be used as an auction house account? Yeah, it can, yeah. For Alchemy and Engineer, you go in multi-craft tools. It depends what you're crafting. I mean, for most stuff in Alchemy and Engineering, yes. What's the Alchemy spec to get rank 2 tempered potion down to rank 1? Literally, you just need bulk production, because otherwise you're not going to get your buff to have any chance of crafting at a profit. And then you just need lots of plus skill. See, I'm not just doing it, I'm doing it quite easily at this point. There was a while ago, like a few weeks ago, I needed to use some rank 2 materials, but now it's cheap and easy. Why do you play in the US if you live in the EU? I had tons and tons of gold in the EU, whereas I hadn't hardly anything in the US. So it was like doing a fresh start when I opened my US Battle.net account, because you can't send anything over. So that was an interesting challenge to begin with. but the I like the US region more. Now, some people think it's because the auction house is better. Now, the auction house is better on the US region, but that's not why I like it more. I like it more because I can large scale manipulate prices in the US a lot more than I can do in the EU. And that's simply because there tends to be less stuff on the auction house in the US, which means it's easier to control. Supply of stuff just generally tends to be slightly lower in the US, and that's why prices tend to be slightly higher. So yeah, that's why I play in the US. And now I've got, it's not a 50-50 split, but I've got a much more even split than I used to have with gold. I think I'm at about 650 odd, 650, 700 on the EU, and the rest on the NA. So it's got to a point where it's nearly 50-50. Oh, didn't see those mobs. Are you making dragonflight bolts? Yes. Very cheaply. Do you make guesses on these gambles yourself, or do you normally have a source that gives you the idea? What do you mean by gambles? I don't tend to gamble anything. If I buy something to resell or anything like that, then I know the price is going to go up. Like what I was looking at with crafting those potions, it was reasonable to assume that the price was going to go up. It obviously didn't, because someone just whacked 25k potions on the auction house. But it happens. But we've also seen times on the stream where I have just sit back and let the price go up, and it has gone up a crazy amount. But it's fine, we can sell at 112. As long as I'm not selling at a loss. You sit there for a minute. Will you sell tons of different stuff or focus more on certain items later in the expansion? I probably won't craft for a huge amount of time in the expansion. So I can guarantee you in a couple of months I won't be doing any crafting. I'll just concentrate on doing my large scale price manipulations and stuff like that on Transmog, because that's what makes me the most gold anyway. This is like more fun and more interesting because it's a change, because most of the time I'm just doing that other stuff in the expansion. But the thing is, as you've seen, the price, like the profit margins just get thinner and thinner. The competition just gets higher and higher. And for me, it gets to a point where it's not worth it anymore. I can just do my regular stuff that I do all expansion, every expansion. I'm guessing that's a world boss. But yeah, this is a nice break at the start of expansion to be doing something different. Right, you can sit there and have a rest. Hey, thanks for the videos. Really helped me out with gold. Good. Glad it's helping. Taylor Inscription, Nightborn, Jewelcrafting Engineer, Draenei, Alchemy, Enchanter, Goblin, Mining, Herbalist, and Druid. This full set of good. I mean, you're abusing basically every ratio there, aren't you? Which is good sort of setup I would have normally. Oh, come on, you can just land for a bit longer. Would be really interesting to see what you can do with a fresh account with the current market. You see, I'd love to try stuff, but I just like to try anything. I have to stop what I'm currently doing. So it's sort of the thing I'll do when probably I'm not doing profession seriously anymore. Because at the moment it's all making me gold, so I'm going to carry on doing this for now. Then when I'll mess around with stuff like that is when I'm not making gold anymore and I have time to just do whatever. Because the general stuff that I'm doing, the transmoggy stuff and the stuff like that I'm doing over a lot of servers, it's not particularly time consuming. So once I stop crafting, I will have more time to do stuff. And what we at? 1.5 million gold an hour. Are you joking? That is really low. Right, we'll put Alchemy character there because I know everyone loves Alchemy. No one cares about crafting bolts from Dragonflight, so we'll leave that there. I mean, I've just maxed out potent potions on there, and then that's the points I've allocated there. And I've got sat on 37 knowledge yet because I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do with that yet. I could allocate into lure drop, and it would give me a chunk of resourcefulness and multicraft. And will put me very close to crafting rank 3 tempered potions. But I don't know if I'm definitely going to do that yet. We'll think about it. Transmog sells slowly though, and I found, and the prices tank quickly. The prices don't tank on the transmog I get because I own all the stock. So how many people are farming Dragonflight transmog at the moment? How many people are farming Corphia transmog at the moment? So nobody farms the stuff anymore. And if you've got all the supply of it, then you can set the price. And if people don't want to pay the price, that's fine. But they'll never get the transmog because you're the only one with the stock. Like the price can't go down because there's no more supply coming into the market. Oh, we've got an actual. The thing is, when people think about farming transmog, they think about like, oh, you're kidding me? Has that disappeared? That was too slow. Yeah, when people think about farming transmog, they're thinking about, farming dungeons and stuff like that. And anything that can be farmed easily, then yeah, that sucks because anyone can just undercut you and it can just be farmed. But the stuff I buy is not stuff that can really be farmed. At least stuff that's never going to be farmed in scale. Right, so what we... So the one we was talking about earlier, the Necromancer's Mantle, there's 23 of these in the entire of the US. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 16 of those least 16 of those are mine out of the 24. Because you can tell, because that's my listing price. And you can tell they've been selling because you can see this was last listed 7 days ago and it's not listed now, which means it's sold. So I've sold one of those for 700,000. So nobody gets this anymore. Nobody gets the any of the sort of transmog that I get anymore, really. I mean, obviously some people do, but if there's only 23 in the entire US, it just shows you how rare that stuff is. Are you transmog farmed or crafted? I buy it all off the auction house. I don't farm any of it. I don't craft any of it. I just buy it off the auction house. Do you post transmog across many servers? Yeah, every single EU and US server. So if we just pick like a random, we just pick a random server. So these KCheck YouTube, these are my bank accounts and on all my bank characters basically for each individual server. And if it ever logs in, so we've got 8.3 million gold worth of stuff on this server. There you go. There's some pets, but it's mostly all different transmog. A lot of it's Dragonflight transmog. There's still some, like I said, there's still some Shadowlands transmog in there. All sorts of stuff in there. But a lot of this stuff I'll be selling on like I said, like 150, 160, 170 different servers. And I'll be the one that's holding the majority of the stock on all those servers. So if we say, take the Burning Mallet. So you can see the Burning Mallet, I list this for 140, I list it for 150k. So you can see here, all these listings all the way across here for 150k on all these different US servers. This is me. So you can see there, that's what, 75% of the market, 75% of listings on the US is me. So even though there's like, what, 117 of these on the auction house, it's all me, or mostly me. And you can see here that like all the values or whatever I list it as on the auction house, because I have so much control of the market, like the median, the current, and if you look at, we go in game and look at the auction house value, region market value average 149k. So whatever I set the price as is what the region wide value ends up being, because you have just so much control of the market. And because it's Dragonflight stuff, no one's farming it anymore. So there's never an massive influx of stuff into the market. So that's one server. And like that is the same on every single. Like if I just pick another random server, it's going to be the same on all the servers. Every single server in the US, every single server in the EU. Hey K-Check, thanks for all your videos. I've just started crafting this expansion and trying to figure out it all out on my own without much outside help, but I do catch up myself when I look at your videos. Well, good luck trying to figure it all out on your own. It's a freaking nightmare figuring it out on your own. Right. Just a minute, let me... Getting baited, posting low. That's fine, the rest of it's fine. It was just obvious that they were getting baited low. I'm not bothered about selling a few of them low, but it just annoys me. It's an annoying system. Yeah, 7.2 million on that server. And stuff that's getting sold, yeah, it's very similar to on the other server. And that's just what it's like on every single server. Transmog sells slowly though, I found, and the price is... Oh no, sorry, I've read that already. Oh god, I'm miles behind on chat, guys, sorry. K-Chak, when you eventually tie, you should buy up the entire auction house. And that's probably several billion gold you'll end up having. Best piece out ever. Becoming a canon event of the T-World Auction House History Day. Auction House completely delete. I'd give it all away. If I knew I was... Well, the thing is, it's hard to give it all away as well, though, because it is still... Gold is basically BattleNet balance, isn't it? So if you give it all away... Makes me feel stupid for deleting them in the past. This dual gathering art and security catch-up is slow, like 3 an hour. Like, I don't understand why it's taking people so long. I'm not saying it's not time consuming. Like I said, I got to like level 75 or something from completing the whole thing. But like getting 3 an hour, that's like, it's just seems absurdly slow. Like I was getting more of that on stream when I was doing all my other stuff and messing around as well. Why don't you fill up the knowledge points and lure drop to get to plus 15? Yeah. It depends whether I want to go for rank 3 tempered potions or not. And I'm still not 100% sure. If I definitely want to go for rank 3 tempered potions, then that is definitely the best deal. But as soon as I allocate those knowledge points, I haven't got a choice then. So it's not like I'm not crafting at profit at the moment. I know I can make the profit margin slightly higher, but I'd rather just hold on to them for now in case I decide to do something else. How do you determine what to set the price at and something like that? I assume you're talking about like the transmog. It's a bit of trial and error, really. So like those necromancer mantles now, at one point I had one on nearly every server. Now obviously I've only got 16 left now in the US. So what I'm probably going to do soon is put the price up to 1 million gold, because now there's so few of them left, I don't care if they take a bit longer to sell. But then there's other ones that I have hundreds of left, so I'll keep the price at like 100,000 gold. But my average buy price on those ones might have been like 5,000 gold, so I'm still getting 20 times my gold. But I'd rather keep the price lower to sell them through a bit faster until they get a bit rarer. What are the downsides when you unlearn a profession after you do the artisan's farm? Well, any profession you unlearn, you're going to lose your progress on that profession except knowledge. how did you initially get started with setting up on every server? Where did your initial funding come from? How did you get the items on each server before Warband Bank? So when I first started, basically it was before obviously Warband Banks and stuff like that. But what I did do is I had one main server when I started on the US, and I obviously earned gold on one character, and then I was making pets and transferring pets. But what I did is I used crafted pets. So things like the mechanical dragonling pet from engineering. That's a really good. It's a really good pet, and it's one that's used in a lot of stuff like that. I'd mass craft pets. I bought pets as well, but I'd mass craft mostly, and then just put like a couple of each pet on every server, and then you'd have like 20 pets on a server, 20 different pets on a server quite quickly, and then you just needed to wait for them to sell to get some initial gold. And then once you don't need a lot of gold. You only need like 20, 30,000 gold on the server. And then you can start buying stuff on that server to flip, which is what I did initially. But now those are getting slow. No, that's fine, actually. The problem is with WoW is that you never know when you're truly done with it. It took me a 5-year break, and now I'm back low, yeah. I've taken a break a few times, but since gold making, I've never really taken a break. Oh, are you kidding me? Gave me the one I didn't need. Wrong profession. That look I got with Inscription is biting me in the ass now, isn't it? Right, how many? So I can do, right, 18,000 draconium ore. How much is that going to cost on average? 35 is too much. That's 29. Oh, 31, that'll do. It's fine, it's close enough. 9, 18,000. 9, 18, what's that? 13,500. Fine, 13 for now. I'd be really curious if somebody's got a good dragonflight miner as well, how much gold an hour you can make mining in dragonflight at the moment. Seeing as draconium ore is like frequently up to about 30 gold each. Another one of those things I'd love to look into, but just don't have time to. Well, that's one down. Because people probably wouldn't buy the file of truth site that impacts really that much. It'd be interesting to know what percentage you own of the gold in the entire region. It's tiny. It's tiny. The amount of gold in the game is ridiculous. What macro you use to post auctions to TSM's auction house? It's just the basic TSM macro, but you can just keybind it. What do you think of formatology? I've not really given it a go at all. Yeah, my alchemist makes fuck all right now. The big money is on inscription, depending on procs. I have 800. I have 80 to 150 gold per Vantus rune. Yeah. everything's just up and down all the time now. So next week your inscription could be crap, but your alchemist could be doing dead well. Oh crap. Crap, crap, crap. Oh, come on. Right, you can just kill me actually, it's quicker. Um, your answer about getting started on every server was great. I would love it if you made longer form videos about different ways to start out. Cheers. The thing is, that way of starting out is massively out of date now. Because obviously before, the only way to transfer stuff across servers, like without, like, it, using pets was the only way without using server transfers. Nowadays, you can just use your warband bank and it is stupidly easy for anybody to do it. So nowadays, you would just, if you were starting out nowadays, you would just earn the gold on one server probably as you started out and then just transfer the gold. Or no, I suppose you could just, I don't know how I'd do it nowadays. I'd have to think about it. But if I did do like another gold cap challenge sort of thing, then that's, I would probably would be jumping across servers quite a bit. Because if I did another challenge thing, I wouldn't restrict myself in any way as far as what I did. Because when I did this 0 to gold cap in 5 days, I did say that I wasn't trying to do anything dodgy. Whereas if I did another challenge, I would just go crazy and do whatever I wanted. Which I think would be more fun probably. At least from my perspective. The thing is, people don't tend to like that because it's not stuff that they can do themselves. Like the 0 to gold cap in 5 days video, people like that because it can sort of be related. You know, it's relatable, even though it was start of expansion, etc. Whereas when I start doing stuff crazy across many, many different servers, people don't tend to like it because it's not really stuff they're going to do. Come on. Come on. Listen, I have 6 accounts right now. Can I still manage to create professions and earn money by crafting potions, threads, or something similar? Or is it too late? Please answer. It's, as you've probably seen in what other people are saying in the chat, it is challenging right now to make gold from crafting because a lot of people are doing it and it requires a lot of, even with the catch up, it still requires a lot of effort to set up. Like, if I was starting now and I knew the profit margins I had on these characters currently, I would not set up these characters for the current profit margins. Like, these characters, I'm still using them because they still make profit, but these have made a lot of gold so far in the expansion. But no, I won't bother setting these up now. But at the same time, if you're going to be sort of, even with these current profit margins, if you're going to be dedicated to it over the course of the whole expansion, then yeah, you can do okay from it. And you can make some good gold from it. But like I say over and over again, like you can do all that and put all that effort in, or you can just, set up the concentration builds and that's just, easy, lazy, no risk basically. Come on, mate. You can... Run, run, run. I'm not paying very much attention to selling tonight. I'm not doing a very good job of that at all. It's too late. The only profit now you can make is farming herbs and ore. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I wouldn't call that 100% wrong. Does it take long to set up? 30k crazy. I sold at 22g and that was my stockpile like 6,000 ore, and that was just going to craft transmog eventually. I mean, selling at 22 gold on a ore from a previous expansion is still pretty freaking nice. But it is crazy how much demand there is for that at the moment. Oh, that's what it's moaning at. I'm getting eaten. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Get this weekly done. Paying for that alchemy look, guys. Sit there for a minute. Try not to get eaten this time. People want to hit gold cap fast with no effort, semi-AFK. Well, I mean, that's the dream, really, isn't it? Those crushed gemstones done. Said when it went to 190. Gone down to 203, so that is a bit lower. Yeah, I think we'll pay that and go and craft some vials once this guy's finished crafting his potions. The only gold I've ever made was from crafting orders, but the fees people charge are almost zero. Some people are doing them for free, just purely relying on resourcefulness procs. Yeah, unfortunately, it does become a bit of a race to the bottom, doesn't it? I have 366g average profit on rank 3 aggression flasks. Is that good? You don't want to be putting that in chat because people are going to be extremely jealous. Is your warband bank across all your accounts, or is it restricted to the one account? It's shared across all your accounts, but only one of them can access it at a time. Right. Hey, can I set up a second account and set up a crafter and start doing crafts right away, or would I get banned for that? Because I've only heard a few people that got banned after only a few days on the new account. You shouldn't get banned if you are doing normal gameplay stuff. Too soon. Right, sorry, I'm back. Is your hey hello K-Shack, thanks for your vids. They really keep me going on gold making. Is it better to go for potions or for flasks? I've only done potions, so I can't speak about flasks, as I only have one alchemist, and potions are sort of okay-ish. It's just super competitive. Unfortunately, all of alchemy is super competitive. It seems like you need about 200 knowledge points at the moment to have sort of any chance. Although someone was just saying they're getting like ridiculous amounts of profit per flask, per craft. So that sort of sounds promising. It's definitely more profit than I'm getting on my potions at the moment anyway. Why is there demand for the previous expansion? Or because it goes into the engineering parts. Engineers are breaking down. So they're breaking down bolts to make rusted scrap for leveling up their. Just a minute, let me sort this out because I'm going to die if not. Yeah, they're using the cerebrite bolts to level up their engineering profession skill in the current expansion. And they're using the greased up gears. Yes, we are done. And they're using the greased gears to pilfer to look for mount parts for the new mount, basically. So basically, it's just used for a lot of stuff in the current expansion. So that's why people want all the stuff from the last expansion, just simply because it goes into the engineering parts that people then use in the current expansions. The current expansions crafting. A lot of people are gambling on those mount parts, really. Because obviously there's an item you can get that's like basically 1 million gold, which is just, that's crazy. Now, if we look at my inscription now, I've got those. Literally 28, so we just need 2 more points. But the only source I've got now is patron orders. I was lazy with my reputation, so I've not had the reputation book for inscription. Actually, no, I can get this now. I just realised, even without the patron orders, I can get it now. Yeah, let's go get it. Let's go and do it now. And then I can make rank 3 pigments. This is gonna be such a waste to get 2 knowledge points. But to be fair, I've got nothing else to spend the arts and security on anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I can buy 2 of these and get the first time crafts from them. I think I'll go. There we go. So that'll get me the. What? Already know? Oh, you better let me sell back. Why didn't it tell me? Oh, it did tell me it was already known. I'm just an idiot. So you learn that one, right? Let's try and buy one that I haven't already got. Get resourcefulness. Fine, so we craft those, get 2 first-time graphs, get our 2 knowledge, and then we can max out pigments, and then we can create our own rank 3 pigments, which is nice. Very nice. Any idea if they plan to make public crafting orders region-wide? Either I'm bogged or all my impressions are always showing 0 orders, because people pick them up for basically nothing. Yeah, at the moment, as far as I'm aware, I've not heard of any plans to do that. Which, you know, it would be nice if they did it. So only 1 shadow ink, 2 shadow ink, 2 boundless ciphers. I'm just going to buy them. I'm going to end up buying my own stuff off the auction house, aren't I? That's funny, buying my own. I can't be bothered spending 10 minutes to craft them though. Just want to get it done. That's fine. So as far as I'm concerned, then that's pretty much my... I don't know if I'm going to do anything else now with my inscription. Oh, I'm missing some parchment. I'll probably keep chipping away at it. Something else I didn't buy. I'll probably keep chipping away. I might go over the other side. And, you know, start looking at missives and stuff like that, just so it's more to craft. But by the time I get there, there's just going to be no profit margins on it. There we go. Oh, that feels good. All done. Your videos definitely gave me a lot of knowledge. I can log through like 67 characters and craft something profitable, or 6 or 7 characters, craft something. And on my 2 to 3 mains, I'm getting to a point depending on prices and time. Yeah. Good. You need to favourite recipes to be able to see them on the front page or click through them. Do you mind showing your alchemy spec? That one's full. That's there. I have watched a few of your videos and intrigued as to how you make gold. I've done basic gathering gold making such as herbalism, mining, skinning, but I found crafting interesting. If you're looking at starting at crafting, just do the concentration builds. So watch the videos that are linked in watch the playlist that's linked at the top in the pinned comment, because that's going to be the gold making that is the easiest gold making to do with crafting professions. Because if you're not used to crafting, like especially if you're not used to crafting and you don't know what to do with it, then doing that concentration stuff is much lower risk for you. What do you think is the quickest way you have found to acquire knowledge points? This is my biggest setback right now, not having enough resourcefulness. Well, you need to, obviously, profession treasures, all of those, get all your first time crafts, and buy all your knowledge books, which should be quite easy now with how easy it is to get artisan security. Right, so you finished crafting? No, he's got 10 more to go. What add-ons are best? TSM, Craft Sim. Would be nice to be able to use regions from your Warband Bank for Patreon orders. Yeah, that's coming, isn't it? Next patch. Next couple of weeks, hopefully. Do you find there is a botting problem in both farming bots and auction house bots? Possibly, maybe. Don't know, because I don't know what other people are doing. But a lot of people accuse people of botting when they're just doing the same behavior as that player. But yeah, there is, I mean, there's definitely farming bots at least anyway. Do you think it's a good idea to prepare a tomb just for milling doing the artisan farm? I mean, if you're only going to be selling the pigments then. Now, you can sell pigments. You can make gold from it. But pigments don't sell like ridiculously quick. Let's say. But the thing is, if you've set up a full pigment spec, so like if you, what's going on here? It's crashing again. Everything's crashing. Right. While inscriptions finish crashing, we'll do this. Move all that to. So if you're setting up a full, so if you think in order to mill properly, you need this and this maxed out. You don't need the multicraft, but you do need the resourcefulness from these two nodes. And then to max out, as far as professions gears goes, that's got multicraft and ingenuity on it, so you don't care about that. That's got resourcefulness on it, so you need that. And you need a tool with resourcefulness on it and resourcefulness to chance. So you only have to worry about 2 bits of profession gear if you're only doing milling. And 60 points there and 60 points there. And that's all you need to be like a miller, basically. Now, obviously, if you want to do rank 3, then you do need the other bit of rare profession gear, and you do need 60 points there. But if it were me, I would just concentrate on filling that out first and getting 2 profession tools and being able to produce everything cheap rather than concentrating on just milling. Hello, mate. Been watching a lot of your videos and trying to not be wild, Paul. No profits yet. You not done any of the concentration stuff then? Like, I know the golden, it's not what it was a few weeks ago, but it's a bit hard to not make gold from that. So you look at that wall of 112, the amount selling just can't break through it. And everyone's just trying to sell up at that price now. I set up 5 characters with ingenuity and concentration builds for enchanting, gets you 5-6 enchants every 1,000 cap. Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to put that little bit more effort into the characters, then you can definitely make some more gold from it. When it comes to the concentration builds. And I think now with the enchanting catch-up, it probably is a good way to go. To set up higher sort of ones with a bit more knowledge with them. Because it's so easy to do the enchanting one. Like, I wouldn't go so far as to be getting like the epic crafting rod and stuff like that, but maybe doing some of the profession catch-up would be a good idea. Patch 11.0.05 confirmed for 22nd of October. So when's that then? Is that 2 weeks? What are we? Yeah, it's 2 weeks today. Spot on. Then we can do our patron orders from the Warband Bank then. What would you suggest people do, and plenty of characters and a lot of time to do? Would you just do gathering on one, or do the acuity shuffle on them all and do some concentration builds? You don't need to do acuity shuffle to do concentration builds. It's literally just, you know, all you need to do is collect the profession treasures basically and level it up a small amount. But you don't need to do any sort of acuity shuffle or anything like that on a concentration build character. Where's the... Milling is good to lower your crafting prices, but it don't sell in big volumes. Yeah, pigments don't sell great on their own, but like you said, really good way to get your crafting costs down. Keep doing that. I'm so used to doing Inscription. Right, so that's on resourcefulness. So we'll switch that over. That's nice. It's saying crafting at a profit even at current auction house prices, and I got this stuff cheaper, obviously, or I got the glass cheaper at least anyway. Do I understand right that profession catch-up only work with fresh characters and not old characters from Dragonflight or early? Profession catch-up should work on pretty much on any character. Do you change your profession tool when you're milling? Yeah, so when I'm milling, I switch over to the resourcefulness one because multicraft doesn't help when you're milling. Right. Prospecting is good at the moment. Is the gem prices actually held? They have. Stayed at 50 gold. Surprised. I might have to do some more prospecting when I've crafted these vials then. Those prices, I've not seen prices on those gems so high for ages. For like at least a week or 2 weeks or something. Went 30, 20, 20 for the enchant tree, and then the first tree for 530 for more ingenuity. What would you do more? If it's just for a concentration character, then I would say you're pretty much bis at that point, aren't you? I can't see it without logging in on an enchanting character because I can't remember off the top of my head on the tree on the left. I feel like I should do more with the characters that I have and not just low-end concentration characters. So not really sure what to do as I have no problem putting more time. The thing is, you can set up loads of concentration characters and then you can... if you want to put more... You can put more effort into a character, obviously. And if you've got the time to be able to craft and keep an eye on markets and stuff like that, then yeah, you can make some gold off it. But I'm just sending everyone, well, I'm sending most people, suggesting most people do concentration builds because I know people can't really lose gold from that. Right, so rank 3 lure drop. 270 gold each. So now if I assume the return on a rank 2 lure drop is the same, the rank 3 lure drop is the same as the rank 1 lure drop at the moment. So we say 278. That would make a pigment cost 180. Lure drop pigments 224. That is a significant difference in crafting cost. So let me try it. So if I buy, I'm not going to be able to buy 10,000 of this, am I? That's going to take up to 298. That's buying half the stock off in the. If we say we buy, right, let's just buy 2,000 at 500,000 for now. So I don't want to buy the whole US stock, just so I can get some numbers together. We'll just see if the numbers should be the same because it's been the same on the other ones. So mill. I'm losing money making tempered potions. What can I do to be more profitable? Don't craft on reset day normally. Like I've just crafted a batch and I'm going to only break even on that batch. This batch I'm making, or this batch I've already made. The only reason I'm making profit here is because I crafted these the other day when the crafting cost was significantly lower. For concentration enchanter, I went into ingenuity for procs. My dragonflight enchanter crafted 9 plagues runners with ingenuity procs, so it's all. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's making you gold. Yeah, I mean, when I did my concentration build videos, I mean, there obviously was much more capacity in there to be able to make more gold from these things. But they were supposed to be, like my setups were supposed to be just like, you can set this up and then you never have to do anything with it again. What's the best semi-AFK method for mass producing at the moment except Alchemy? Well, everything's up and down all the time. So you can pick probably any profession, and one day it's going to be crap, and then one day it's going to be great. Right, what time are we at in EU and in US now? We're at 5 o'clock, so we're getting peak time. Right, I need to start selling these potions off fast. It's 5 o'clock. I've probably only this is like getting close to real peak time selling now in the US. And I want to sell all these potions tonight before I go to bed. It's only tempered potions I've got left. Yes, that's all that's in here is tempered potions. True, it's like a safe net. You log in every 3 days and click 6 crafts for solid gold for free. Yeah. Say for free, yeah. I tried to disenchant items with my older character and didn't get any green dust. Made 60 plus disenchants. A new character got them almost from every disenchant. Used same items after I got the weekly KP. Like, there's obviously something wrong there somewhere. Like, was the weak aura showing your character as being able to get these stuff? Are you playing EU or US? This that you've seen here is US. This is my US accounts. Um, do you think it's a good investment to save gold to buy the auction house mount? I mean, like it's the best thing I've ever bought with gold personally. But it depends how much you use the auction house. Like I use the auction house, like I'm using the mount constantly. So for me, it definitely is worth it. But it depends how much you would use it, doesn't it? How much gold do you have? 1.1, 1.2 bill, something like that. Random off topic. What mic do you have? Your audio is really good. It is a Blue Yeti one, but I don't know the exact make and stuff. Can I? Yeah, I don't know the exact make, but where has my webcam thing gone? I have disappeared. Well, that's fine, as long as you guys can still see me anyway. Then you're missing some item for sure, and I haven't done the weekly profession quest. I went Jewelcrafting enchantment with 5 old characters, and it worked just like a breeze. Yeah, once I knew how it worked, and like I said in the video I released yesterday, if you got the weak aura, it turns green, so you know when you are, viable to get that catch-up stuff. Right, everything is crashing like crazy. Is it possible to get Long Boy now? But yes, you can, but only off the black market auction house. And it always goes for gold cap, so that it's always going to go for 10 million gold, and it will get bid on within minutes of being listed on the auction house. So you have to be there. You have to be there right as everything resets, basically. It took me months to get it. I was searching on 20 odd servers, and it took me months to get it. Hey man, great content. I'm new at this gold making thing, and I've been my whole wallet exactly 160k. I've been farming nose and herbs, but now what seems slow? What should be the next step? Honestly, you guys are going to get bored of saying this, but click on the playlist that's pinned at the top, and it talks about concentration builds, which is really easy setup, sort of almost passive, low risk gold, and it's probably the best way to start to do some crafting, and that can get used to the crafting system, and then next time you might be able to do some more hardcore crafting. But give it a go, because that's quite low effort and low risk, especially if you've just got that little bit of gold to set things up. I feel like my alchemist is not getting that many patron orders. Yeah, I've had this issue. Like I had 2 weeks recently where I got 6 knowledge points in total from patron orders. It's pretty crappy at times, unfortunately. How much gold do you have in total? Yeah, 1.1 to 1.2 bill, somewhere around there. Yes, you can get the auction house mount off the black market, yeah. Can you pay for US WoW and game time using gold tokens from the EU? No, you can't. It has to be US. That is mental. I have 1 mil, lol. For the milling, you showed the 2 nodes in pursuit of knowledge. Is that just the milling node last that you need, or is there something else? For milling, all you care about is resourcefulness. So that's why you don't really care about this bit of profession gear, the specs, because it's got no resourcefulness on it. None of those stats do anything with milling. So you care about this because it's got resourcefulness on it, and you care about this because it's got resourcefulness on it. So you're going to get both of these maxed out, rank 5 rare, and then you're going to get both of these maxed out because they've got resourcefulness in it. And at that point, you are capped on resourcefulness for milling. So you cannot get cheaper milling then. But, no, sorry, these two. Sorry, these two. I was clicking on the wrong two. These are going to give you all the resourcefulness. Now, it's tempting to go here, but there's no point. You may as well just... Yeah, you can produce rank 3s if you get that maxed out. But if you max these two out first, you're going to be able to produce rank 3 inks if you've got all your other profession gear to rare. But it's not going to matter because you're not going to have the resourcefulness to do it efficiently, so you're not going to be able to do it for a profit. You may as well do these two first, then you'll be able to produce low rank pigments cheap, and then later on, then you move on to producing the rank 3 stuff. But to me, if you're already maxing out these two, then you may as well max out the multi-craft one, because then you can craft inks and ciphers cheap as well. Get that and a multi-craft tool, and then you basically everything. And then worry about getting the rank 3 stuff later on, but you don't need to look at this at all to begin with. It's all here. This is where you make gold. If you get gold in US, can you use the token to play in the EU? No, there's no nothing cross-region. But overall, thanks for the videos. Was a big into gold making back in WoD Legion with Garrison stuff. Oh yeah, well, WoD Garrison was crazy. Hit close to 30 million. Lost interest in retailers. Classic fresh hit. Now with the videos, it's addictive. Yeah, what Manfia says, with enchanting, you have to get the 2 world treasures before you can get the catch up. How do you balance life with how hard it is to go on gold making, like work, exercise, etc.? I'm addicted to the auction house and it's taking priority for the past month. Need to change that. It's when it was just auction house stuff, it was fine. Now, like you said, I do a lot of fitness, I work full time, and then you're trying to produce content and stream and all that stuff as well. So it is like it's not easy on your time, and the thing you seem to lose most of is sleep more than anything. You just get used to sleeping less, waking up at silly times in the morning to do your weights before you go to work, so that when you get home, you can eat and make a video quickly or stream for a bit. But yeah, that's how you do it. You just sleep less. Who needs sleep, eh? Right, how much rank 3 pigment did we get? So you should get just under 1.5 normally. So I did 2,000, so I should get just under 3,000 pigment, hopefully. There we go, 3,055. So I'll just say I've got a good load. So I'm going to go and say that the average is about the same. So whatever pigments you're producing, I will do some bigger numbers later on. So let's do some. Not quite starred because I've never used it before. I need to check about the see if there's still that thing in where when you mill rank 1 pigments, rank 1 herbs and get rank 2 pigments, that people were complaining that they were getting a fairly bad return on that. When is the black market auction house reset for the EU? Any idea? I think it's 23:30 Central European time, which is sort of 10:30 UK time, depending where you are. On the EU, it's the same time for all the servers. On the US, the Brazilian servers, I think, have a slightly different time. You can start farming with gathering professions, then set your concentration build tune. The next step could be to get some fresh tunes for the war in pharmacuity to set up a better crafter. I mean, that to me is like the stages that I would say sensible. So you get some gold to set up your concentration, then you have a passive income from your concentration, and then if you want to play with crafting, you can do. You need an overlay that says 1.1 billion gold and a link to the easiest gold making strategy for casual. Yeah, to be fair, it gets asked about once an hour. It's it's not that bad. But yeah, I could do with more of an overlay. Literally, all I've got is my camera thing, and that's it, basically, isn't it? It's like with everything on. It's like the Discord and like everything else. It's on the to-do list, isn't it? But is milling actually profitable? Yeah, I mean milling. I don't think I've ever seen a part where milling's not been profitable, but it's just selling it that's the problem. My main inscription has the resource nodes, max staves, offsand, so I was considering getting an alt from milling, making inks. I mean, the catch up we have now is nice. It's just whether you can bother to do all that mining and herbing. What's your job? See, that gets asked almost as much as how much gold do you have? I'm a nurse, believe it or not. Would I be better off setting up multiple characters for inscription, milling, inscription? No, I like if I had set up multiple characters here, you it's not worth it because you're going to fill it all out anyway. Like you need to fill these nodes out on most of them. And then the only difference is going to be one's going to put the points there, one's going to put the points there, and one's going to put points there. They all need this max. So it's just not worth it. There is some professions where it might be worth it a little bit, but are you on NA or EU? This is NA. I'm on NA and EU, but this is NA you can see here. Right, so we can sell these vials. You could sit in your work clothes. That wouldn't cause more. That totally wouldn't cause more questions. Totally wouldn't get me sacked either. And then I could be a full-time content creator, couldn't I? That's one way to make it happen. I focus on formatology and I'm sitting at around 700 acuity. Would you recommend focus on KP books, blues, or progression tool? See, I don't know enough about the formatology build to really advise as to what to do there, and I don't want to tell you what's best when it's not something I don't really know that much about. What's the easiest gold making strategy? What Miguel just said earlier on. You start farming, then once you've done your farming for some gold, you set up concentration characters, which is what's on the playlist that's pinned at the top. And then if you want to do some actual crafting from there, you can go for it. But you should have some passive income once you can set up the concentration characters. Right, I think we can do some more prospecting now because I'm really not selling well today. That's at 2.4 mil. Way too low. And oh yeah, you've got Goldson in chat. He knows more about formatology than anybody. I know with Twitch you can set up chatbots that can answer common questions with commands. I imagine YouTube streams can implement something similar. Probably, yeah. I need to set up some streaming on Twitch as well, though. Anyway, don't I? If I stream on Twitch as well, then more people will watch on Twitch anyway, won't there? God, the price on the vials has gone up as well. I was joking, referencing the frequent ask question commands, but thank you for the answer. No, it would be useful if there was some frequently asked questions, though. Can you hear that noise? Cat's trying to open the door. $22.7. 22 points. Sapphire, ruby, onyx is a bit cheaper. Emerald has come down. Glittering glass is at 149. Jesus. So glad I got that cheap earlier. Handful of pebbles, 114. Crushed gems is at 48. It's 15,000 gold to do 10,000 Acarite. That might be better. That's 1980. Yeah, that's better. We'll have that. That's a bit more profit. I'm not prospecting 10,000 ore to get 15,000 gold profit when gem prices are high and it might come down. That just sounds like you're screaming for a loss there. I don't know why I always come all the way back here as well to do this, because you don't need to do it. You can just... Nearly forgot to switch. Here we go. Good to go. Just made a note with the catch-up video you made, but now I don't know what profession I should get the books and blue tools for. Maybe Alchemy don't have any good crafting. Alchemy's, should we say, competitive. And if you're behind on Alchemy, it's really hard to make a profit, because the knowledge points, the amount of knowledge points you need to be crafting well is so high on Alchemy. I just crafted 5 leeching fangs instead of 1 after maxing Shatter and getting the bag. Love to see it. Yeah. Yeah, I might have to go back and look at enchanting again as a concentration build. And now you can do catch up. You spend a bit more time getting the treasures and doing a bit of the catch up as well, because you can get so much more knowledge. And you probably could do so much more with that as an enchanting concentration build with quite an easy, still having quite an easy setup. What's your advice on getting started with enchanting and making a profit out of it? My advice would probably be to not try. I hate enchanting outside of first week of an expansion. Because, like, if you're willing to sit at the auction house all day and cancel scan like crazy, then yeah, you can make gold off enchanting if you do everything right. But it's just so cancel scanny. Like, Alchemy is just as competitive, but at least Alchemy, like, you have huge quantities that sell. Now buy rank 2 ore again. I keep doing that today. It was still dead cheap though, weren't it? You need to start making content with our patients. You teach them how to farm gold while they recover. Yeah, just what they need, I'm sure. See, I never really took into account the enchanting bag at all. And it's because I knew I'd be out of enchanting before it ever became a something that was worth getting. Right, come on. Right, so he's finally finished crafting his gears. Just get rid of some of this stuff. Don't really care about this crap from last expansion. That's not even worth selling. That can go there. It's taking ages. Oh, come on, wow. Don't crash on me. I'm only giving you something to do. Now that's going to significantly cut down my now with my inks. Got no rank 2 pigment. So this is where I cheat a little bit because I'm a Nightborn. No, I shouldn't buy it, should I? I should just do it properly. Shouldn't be lazy. Takes like 2 seconds to do it. I shouldn't be lazy with it. Was I just milling with a multi-craft tool on? It's not a good idea. If not alchemy, what should you recommend? I mean, alchemy's fine. Alchemy's one of the best gold makers. It's just going to be a case of you're probably not going to be making gold immediately because you'll need to catch up with people a little bit. Whereas something like if you can go, say, on Inscription and you can max out all 3 of these straight away and get your blue profession tools, then you'll be making stuff. You'll be making rank stuff like rank 1 stuff dead cheap straight away. Whereas without if you can get those 90 points and those profession tools, then you can do that straight away. Whereas with alchemy, it's going to take a while for you to make gold because you need to catch up with people a bit more. Like, because I've got, what did we say earlier, 210, 215 alchemy points or something, knowledge points. So it's really hard to compete with that, even if you do have all the art and security to get your head start. So I've got to get a Nightborn to do the milling and inks. It doesn't make any difference to milling. It makes a very slight difference to inks, but it is marginal. So I'll show you the difference now. So when you're making the inks, it's only going to make a difference when you're making the rank 3 inks. And the only difference it makes, it means you can use one rank 2 pigment instead of a rank 3 pigment. So the difference is minute, basically. I don't know if to try and sell pigments just because they're rank 3s. Yeah, I'll try and sell some rank 3 pigments and see how they actually sell, if at all. I've not tried yet. I know it's probably not going to be like a game-breaking seller or anything like that, but the profit margins are decent on them, so. Right. I could do with stop crafting stuff as well and just concentrate on selling now. It's starting to get late, isn't it? Nothing to move. Oh yeah, because I've never had rank 3 pigments before to sell. God, my TSM is such a mess. How is that nothing to move? Oh, I'm not messing around now. Would herbalism and mining still be good for someone who is just getting into gold making? Well, you can't. You can't really make a mistake and lose gold, can you, with herbalism and mining? So yeah, I'd say it is pretty good to, especially when you're first starting out. Price of those tempered pots is actually coming down as well, I think, which is a bit weird at this time, seeing as we're at prime time. Oh no, it's gone back up again. That didn't last long, did it? Hey K chat, just curious, do you have an accurate formula for calculating profit with resourcefulness when milling? If so, assuming your BIS, so you've got all the resourcefulness possible, then you should get about 1.5 pigments per herb. So my last matches I did a 10,000 lure drop and I got 14,679. I did 20,000 microbloom and got 30,159. So it's about, you're going to get roughly 1.5. That is assuming that anything you get from resourcefulness procs, that you are then obviously turning into pigments. Right, you can sit up there. Also, does anyone know if druids can stay in flight form after you have enough knowledge to mine while mounted? Absolutely no idea. I use a high mounted torrent. Do you have a Discord or guide for sale? I do not have a Discord. I will get a Discord. I know I keep saying this, but I will get a Discord. And no guide for sale. No, nothing for sale. Glimmer. Should really bought more than one because it's. I'm only going to get something else that's going to ask for it out. In a minute. So. Yeah, I'm probably not going to pay all that for one knowledge on a profession that I don't actually really care about at the moment. It's done the weekly though, hasn't it? That's it. Was that enough patron orders to finish it? I did pick up the weekly, didn't I, before I did all those patron orders? Oh no, I didn't. Oh, idiot. Oh, what an idiot. Right, it's fine. I'll get loads of catch-up ones. Anyway, not paying attention. That's fine. We'll do it with catch-up ones later on in the week. What's a good way to boost renown with Hallowfell? I mean, the only thing I was doing with my reputation grinds was doing the weekly stuff and making sure it awarded that reputation. Because I'm lazy and that's about all I was willing to do. Hey, I've just done the acuity shuffle on a new character, but wondering what profession to go into. Already got an alchemist. Any suggestions as to what's good at crafting? I still like Inscription, like I said earlier. Max them out, get your profession gear at rare, and then you like your golden from there. Although it does need a bit more artisan's acuity because you need 2 profession tools. But still, like I'm still making gold from that, so. The Jewelcrafting setup, that's the Jewelcrafting build. There you go. I'll put the inscription up there so you can actually see it. Because I know my big fat head's in the way there. Let's just chuck that on. Hey man, appreciate your work. Well, I appreciate you coming and supporting the stream. What do you do with all the gold you make? Is it just like a hobby to see how much you can make? Pretty much, yeah. Just like making it, basically. Seeing how much we can fit in a mailbox. Yeah, we are starting to sell out a little bit. Although I say sell out, there's 5 million gold's worth of stuff there. I don't know if it's because I'm not concentrating on selling a lot though, but it doesn't. Oh, I should have some gears in that back mailbox as well, shouldn't I? Yeah. Oh yeah, I thought I was making progress, and now I'm finding loads of stuff in the mailbox. Uh, are you based in the US? No, I'm not based in the US. I am based in the UK. I just mostly play in the US on the US servers. $62 gold, that's fine. That's still selling at a bit of a profit. What do you make with Inscription build? I make the stuff I'm selling here basically. Pigments, inks, and boundless ciphers. Yeah. Price is slowly sneaking down. 2 seconds, crazy cat again. Oh, crazy cat destroying the wall whenever I'm not giving her attention. Damn, seems like everyone knows about Plains Runners Breeze now, looking at the undermine graph. Yeah, well, that's the problem. If you find anything like that, you have to keep it quiet because soon everyone will be doing it otherwise, and then it won't be worth anything. What's the route for Jewelcrafting shaping build? You mean like gem? You mean like here? It depends what you want to do. So if you want to prospect like I'm prospecting, then you need to come down here. So then you'll put 10 in there just to unlock this. You don't actually need anything in there. It's just so you can unlock here. And then you need these 80 points to be able to prospect. But if you're crafting vials, all you need is 30 there and 15 there. So yeah, it just depends completely on what you want to do. But I went with the prospecting first, and then I've added that on later on to craft the vials. Do you have some videos for people who want to start making gold from the beginning? Depends what you mean by from the beginning. So if you've got no gold at all, then it's mining and herbalism basically, or some other form of farming. But mining and herbalism is the easiest solo stuff. If you've got a little bit of gold and you want to do some profession stuff, then it's the playlist that's in the pinned comment that's worth checking out. Because that's how to set up some professions to make, some gold. Does vial crafting make money itself, or do you send to your alchemist? I do both basically. It does make a little bit of gold, but it's like a production line. So I've got my prospecting cap. At the moment, I'm just trying to sell everything because it's the day to sell everything, isn't it? It's reset day. But normally, obviously, you're prospecting, and that's making most of the materials that go into your vials. So then you prospect, and then you make your vials on the same character. And then obviously, if you can give those to your alchemist, assuming that they can craft anything for rank 3, so need rank 3 vials, then it's cheaper than sort of buying them off the auction house on your alchemist. But you can also sell those and make gold as well. So yeah, it works. It works for both, really. Right, free. A lot to put on at once. At the moment, to make gold prospecting, I need all 120 KP like you. To be a best in slot prospector, you just need this 80 knowledge points here. So you need 20 in each of these. That's 20, 40, 60, 80. No, sorry, you need 120. Yeah, sorry. You need 80 there and then 40 there. So that's 120. So yeah, you need all that. Really. And then you need the profession gear as well. So that's going to be hard to do probably on a fresh alt to get quite that much. At least something that's going to be hard to do in one day anyway. With a little bit of catch up from patron orders, then obviously that's going to help. Let's say I'm transferring from a different MMO game to have totally nothing, only one level 70 from Dragonflight, so don't have any gold at all. Yeah, you need to farm something then, because you can't set up any professions to get any passive gold or anything like that until you actually have some gold to begin with. So literally just pick up mining and herbalism and go around and do loads of it. Yeah, the pigments aren't really selling either. We'll see if they sell overnight anyway. How many of those tempered potions we got left? That's the main thing I want to get rid of before I go to bed. Oh god, there's loads left. Yeah, I really need to concentrate on selling these tempered potions now, because otherwise I'm not going to get to go to bed tonight. I don't really want to go anywhere while I'm holding a load of stock. You know, this is prime. This is the best time of the week to be selling stuff, so I just need to get this stuff sold. I can't be holding stock with what happened last week. I shouldn't really bother with this prospecting, to be honest. Should just concentrate on selling this stuff off. How much gold per hour would prospecting make? It totally depends. Sometimes it's not even profitable. And then sometimes it can be like 100k an hour on rare occasions. Check my herb mining videos, then fly your ass off. Easily 100k gold, and then you can start some alts. Most likely, meanwhile, with herb mining, you level your character, yeah. Although you probably have to do the campaign at some point. Can you explain what you're doing? I've just got some crafters and a seller. And I'm just trying to sell like crazy at the moment. Because it's likely we'll have another crash. There won't be a crash on anything like greased gears, I don't think. But you know, all the it is likely for all the war within stuff. So we need to get it sold. We need to get it sold before bed. I actually bought some pigment rank 3s and it took 3 days to sell them all off. Laughed my ass off. Oh, right, well. That's basically what I'm in for then, isn't it? If it doesn't sell, I'll just send it back anyway. I'll send it back and I'll craft it into some rank 3 boundless ciphers. Yeah, if you just list these like 200 at a time, like every 15 seconds, you can sell off quite quickly. Because these are just like constantly selling at the moment. Oh, you hope they're constantly selling. There you go, we sold some pigment. There was a good profit margin on that pigment as well, to be honest. To be honest, I'm not like 2.5 million gold an hour. That's really low for, not low, but it's not great for how much stuff I'm selling. At this point, I think every new crafting character should start with mining herbalism, at least until you get all of the catch-up knowledge points. Not only do you make gold doing it, you get acuity. Yeah, I mean, it's not, especially if you're new and you don't have the gold to set up the character, then it's great. I think it'll get to a point now where you don't need to do the mining and herbalism anymore. It'll be better when you can just you know, when you could just get it all from disenchanting or something like that. That'll be it'd just be a lot quicker. Obviously, it's going to cost you more gold doing it that way, but a handful of pebbles feels like there's not much quantity there. What, on the US? I don't know. The price could go up a lot. I could see it going up to there quite easily. But I think there's enough to keep them going for now, on the US at least, anyway. Do you sell all the prospected items or do you cut them too? The gems I sell, everything else I can use in crafting. But sometimes I do also sell it as well, depending what I'm doing. I used to use the low ranked crushed gems to put those into vials, but I don't think there's much demand for rank 2 vials anymore because there's people have got so much knowledge now in alchemy that they can just use rank 1 vials. So I think the only vials that are really worth doing now are the rank 3 ones. Prospecting, you are looking for resourcefulness now. Yeah, prospecting's the only... prospecting only needs resourcefulness, basically. Blacksmith, good. I don't have a blacksmith, but everyone seems to be telling me that they can't make gold from it. Do the gems sell easily? I mean, the gems do sell fairly quickly. The region-wide auction house, aren't they? So even with all this popping off, it's still barely going above 2.5 mil an hour. Must just be because there's not a lot of rank 3 stuff there. That's actually a good point. There's no rank 3. This cat. Yeah, I've got no rank 3 healing potions there, have I? What are they selling at? 267. I'm not messing around crafting now. We know prices are going down tomorrow. I'll just sell them because the vials, I either put them in the rank 3 potions or I either put them in rank 3 healing potions or I sell the vials on their own. But I'm not going to mess around recrafting stuff now. Just need to get rid of all these tempered potions. I just wish I hadn't crafted that other batch earlier. But it did look like the price might go up to 140 gold. And if it did do that, I would have massively regretted not selling them then. I'm actually going to make a small loss on that batch that I've just crafted now. I'm selling them for about the same as crafting cost, but I'm going to lose because I'm going to pay the auction house cut on it. But that's fine. It was worth the risk to potentially get, to sell them at 140 gold. Is the disenchant spec tree worth at all? I've got 30 points in the base tree and 30 points in epic with max skill, and I mostly got non-rank 3 crystals. I mean, it is sort of like 25, 30, 35% or something like that chance of getting a rank 3. So it's not fantastic, but it's only worth putting points in the others if you're actually going to use them, which is going to be mostly for shuffles because you're not going to use you're not going to find many other greens or blues, are you? So unless you actually plan on doing shuffles, then it's probably not worth putting the points in to the other trees. Are you going for any gems in the gem cutting tree? No, literally, I'm going to max this out so I can craft all the stone regions, and that's going to be it with this jewel crafter. Like, there's no point starting on stuff like this now. Rings, amulets. That's profession gear, isn't it? Yeah, it's not worth it. I don't know actually. Maybe I could start working on these because these are quite. No, I might potentially do that, but I'm not going to do something like gem cutting because I need to. This is going to take like 100 points just to max out one gem. It's not worth it. You need to have done that from the start. Might do this because this is just low knowledge, so I might carry on getting knowledge on this character. But no, I think mostly that's going to be what it's making gold. But yeah, I definitely won't go into gem cutting. It's too much of an investment. Too far behind. What do you usually prospect? Only Iron Claw. No, I jump between them. It depends on prices. 100% depends on prices. Do you remember what commission you paid for your rare tools at the start of launch? Oh, no. I didn't get any rare tools for a while though. Probably until what 4, 5, 6 days in. But I paid more for mine anyway because I was getting people to do it cross server, so I had to get people to join my guild and do them as guild work orders. I think I paid someone 50k at the start, to be honest. Um, when it was my inscription one, I'm sure I did. I paid someone 50k, 50k each for doing my 2 inscription ones. Now I go back to it, but even today I've been paying people 25, or even recently I've been paying people 25k to do it when they do it cross server for me. What's a good time in a day or week to do crafting for most profit, and what are bad times? If you're buying materials, then a bad time to be crafting is on reset day because that's when materials will be most expensive. So ideally, you just need to look, you just need to know roughly what prices should be and look at it over the weekend. Like you're talking like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's when prices are going to be at their lowest. So that's when you need to buy your herbs or buy your ore and stuff like that. And then you need to be crafting later on. Like you saw here, I had like thousands and thousands and thousands of tempered potions that I crafted over the weekend when the prices were cheap. Now I did craft some more today, which weren't so cheap. They had a crafting cost. I think we said 108, didn't we? So I'm literally selling those. This shows you why you shouldn't craft on reset day because you're not going to make a profit. Now I should have made a profit because the price should have gone above that. It's not normal for someone to drop like 25,000 potions or whatever it was on as a massive wall to stop the price going up. But that's fine. Selling at 108 is a good profit margin for me anyway. Planes Runner's Breeze isn't good. It's just the time what the war within equivalent is bugged. Well, that's going to get sorted then, isn't it? That seems a bit low. Look at that. They've taken the price down such a ridiculous amount. Obviously, I've not been cancel scanning mine like those guys have. Just seen a comment on a zero to gold cap video, which seemed interesting. Would you coach a viewer to gold cap? It's another one of those things that it'd be great to do, but it's just time more than anything. There's so much on the to-do list. Right. How many crafters do you have? We've got Alchemy, Engineering, Inscription, Tailoring. Is that in Jewelcrafting, I think? I think that's it all. Those 5. It's been a while since I got that loading screen. I got paid 150k, like 10, 20Ks, and now people don't want to pay anything more, even haggle over 10k. Yeah, well, people need to freaking pay up then, don't they? They don't get their craft. The problem is that people are somebody somewhere saying they will do it for 10k. So, and that's why the prices come down. But I always pay more for mine because like I said, I'm making them do it cross server, which is just it's just that little bit of extra hassle for them. Oh, that's a good start. Are we going to get another one where we get it in the first 2? Any experience making gold with cooking? Cooking, okay. I've not really done much of it this expansion, let's say. You can make some gold off it, but not doing what you'd think you're doing, basically. It's just sniping off the meat that people put on the auction house, basically, and processing it. Oh no, I thought we had it then. Lol, cooking. I've done so many millions with cooking. Like when I did my character for it, I didn't find that um, the later on stuff was particularly profitable, but I don't know if it was because the selling price on like the basic fillets and stuff like that was so high. But all I were doing with it was just basically just making the fillets and selling those. It barely seemed worth putting in the effort to do the more complicated stuff when I've got a feeling I'm not going to get that very easily, am I? That's done, that's done, that's done. Get away, run away, run away. Oh yeah, just bring them to me. Why not? Stupid pets. Oh no, is this? Oh, this is my main character. I've actually got gear on this one. I'm not used to actually being able to kill stuff. Is there a benefit to prospecting higher quality ores? When you prospect higher quality ore, you get higher quality crushed gems, but you seem to get more gems and less other byproducts, which is actually a bad thing because the gems are things that don't sell very well. So overall, though, it's not great. You're better off prospecting this stuff because you want the handful of pebbles and you want the glass. That's the expensive stuff. Those things have like a value of like 3 or 4 times higher than the gems per one you get. There's always one in this cave. Slide. Give me that. What add-on do the people use when it is allowing them to sell items at 1G and then immediately buying all the undercutters? We're saying it's like a millisection. Yeah, I don't know how they do it. They must like I don't get how you can do it on the region-wide auction house because if you're like trying to do it on like bismuth, then there are so many people buying bismuth every second. Then I don't get how you can reliably buy it. Obviously, they must be making gold out of it because otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. It's a practice that wouldn't survive if it didn't work. But I just don't get how you do it on a region-wide auction house when that stuff's just selling like, every second it's selling. Magic button is the add-on, but good luck with that anymore because the margins right now are horrible. Is that the add-on for sniping them? I'd be interested to try it, just to do a video on it, because obviously there's a lot of people talk about it. I'm curious how many people would make gold for it, but at the same time, you don't want to give it publicity. Like you don't want more people doing that form of gold making. Like if you had like it's bad enough when one person's doing it. Like, can you imagine if like 10 people are trying to do it on one item? It'd just be so toxic. But sometimes it's worth doing stuff like that to make things really toxic because then it forces Blizzard to change it, I suppose. But yeah, you don't really, as a content creator, you don't really want to be the one that's causing the toxicness. So I'm crafting 92 tailor tools this morning for the old army. Massive savings choosing rank 4 over rank 5. But if you're making 92 of them, I imagine that is the case. Oh, especially the material costs. Why don't you use quick hands to prospect? I should be using quick hands to prospect. Just not paying attention. Sell some more of these. $78 people selling now at this price. What time is it? It's like half 5 on that server. Half 5 on that. Yeah. Coming up to prime time, isn't it? So, or basically is prime time selling now. Just get rid of this stuff. It's not selling. It's just not selling like it was. Yeah, I just want to get this on. Really regretting doing that last batch of potions now. That was another like 15,000 potions I could do without having to sell right now. Wait, so even rank 2 ore gives less than pebbles and glass. I haven't checked. I've not done good enough numbers on rank 2 to be for sure, but rank 3 definitely gives less pebbles and glass than rank 1. And the difference is like fairly dramatic as well. It's not just like a little bit less. Gives you a load of gems. You don't care about gems because that's the thing that doesn't really sell for out. But it seems like rank 1 seems to be well, rank 1 is mostly what I'm prospecting anyway. I've accidentally bought rank 2 here. Not paying attention again. Pile of refuge. Here I Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm so used to having characters with like 200 item level in the war within. I just get one shot by everything. At the start of the expansion, you could make 300 to 500k easily spotting good shit. The add-on is magic button. You bind a macro to a button and it just buys the item you have selected in quantity. Yeah, I suppose it's like everything now at the start of the expansion. Fantastic. But over time, there's just less stuff getting put on the auction house and less people buying stuff. So, oh yeah, sorry, I can kill this stuff. I'm not weak. Right. Oh, what am I in combat with? Fine, let's go. I do love Faint Death. It's like the best thing in the world as a gold maker. Where's this hiding? I feel like more publicity would be beneficial in creating the change you mentioned. Yeah, it's one of those things that we complain about, but we're not really going to do. We don't complain enough, so Blizzard won't do anything about it. But if we do create, much more of a problem out of it, then they might do something about it. But is it really worth creating that public and really worth creating that problem for the whole public in the meantime? And you don't know how long it's going to take them to sort it out, do you? So 1, 2, 3. It's working again. Oh, click the wrong freaking one. Is it always worth prospecting your? No, absolutely not. Like there was some earlier that I didn't prospect, wasn't there? Because the profit margins were terrible. It was like 15k profit, but the problem is it's 15k profit at current prices, and you don't know how long the current prices are going to hold. The gem prices at the moment are high. They have been much lower than that. So you could end up losing a load of gold. All right, this absolutely isn't dangerous. Can I do this? Do occasionally kill some stuff in the game. Right, I'm actually going to come back and do that later in the week because I need to concentrate on selling this stuff. I know I keep saying that and then I stop doing it and getting distracted. Never prospect null stones. I don't even know why there was an option for that. It gave me the same stuff like the regular ones. Yeah, that did feel like a bit of a bait having that in the. Have a good night, sleep, K-Jack. Take it easy, mate. Yeah. Good night, Goldson. Have a good one. How were you even able to use the auction house at the start? I wasn't unless I spent 10 minutes trying. Well, have you seen the zero to gold cap the zero to gold cap video? I do constantly have issues with the auction house then. It was such a pain in the ass. Such a pain in the ass. That those first couple of weeks. It was just horrible. And then they kept saying, "Oh, it's fixed," and then it broke again. "Oh, it's fixed," and it broke again. Man, I need to see that mailbox opening. I'm doing a video on it, obviously. Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be my biggest mailbox opening ever. That's for sure. How much it is though, I don't really know. It's definitely bigger than the last one though, and that was 120 million, wasn't it? 120, 130 million. Yeah, so hopefully I can do that one by the weekend. My We've got any more? So that's still selling okay. Oh, that's a lot of cheap ore. That's fine. Push those prices up. The price is not more. The price of the ore is usually higher than the price of the bolts. Seems to be a bit odd with that today. That's fine. I'll take the easy gold. What's it saying for me at the moment? 39 gold lost. That's miles out. It's miles out. What's the best way to spend knowledge getting prospecting set up? Well, you literally, at this point, it needs to be capped. So you need to be 10, 40, 20, 20, 20, 20. I wouldn't even try prospecting at this point without that. Like in the first couple of weeks, I was prospecting when I had like less than that, but you can't now. What happens when you have gold cap in a character? Where does the gold go? It can't pick up any more gold when you have gold cap. You can't even loot gold off mobs or anything. I can't remember what it says. It says oh, I can't show you. There's another character in my warband back. It just comes up with a red warning saying you can't do that basically. We can bet on how many times you're going to deposit 18 times. You do the cap in the auction house, the cap on the warband bank's 100 million though, isn't it? Because that's the problem I had last time. I filled up the warband bank, didn't I? And then I filled up the guild bank, and then I had to start mailing somebody. We silly. That's actually disgusting. What would you spend 100 mil on? I've blown 100 mil a few times before. Oh, we're up to 3 million gold an hour. Sort of getting up. I like that the Boundless Cypher stayed at 450 as well. And I've not even messed around with that price. Just been trying to sell. That's normal. Ugh. Damn, you don't have the authenticator, do you? Those four slots are starting to bug me. Some people are so easily triggered though, aren't they? You not just mess up your bags, like make your bags super messy just to make people like, because they can't deal with it. I do it at work all the time to wind people up. Like you'll have boxes of drugs in the drugs cupboard, and everyone likes to have all the drugs stacked the same way and all the wording on the letters facing the same way. And I just go in there and turn like a few of them around. There's no practical reason why the boxes all need to face the same way, is there? Are you crafting with Ceravite on EU or NA? It's on NA. No problem, mail it to me. What, mail you all the gold from the mailbox opening? I don't think that's going to happen somehow, is it? How do you track how much you're making an hour between all those accounts? I absolutely can't track it. Like I've said when people have asked how much gold I've got, I can't even track how much gold I've got very well. It's very difficult. I mean, it's impossible when you've got like probably a couple of 100 million sat in a mailbox. But it's even more difficult when you've got characters and stuff across so many servers and stuff like that. Like you can hover over this. Oh, why is he disconnecting? I'm only crafting on one character at a time. There's no excuse to be disconnecting. You're barely even doing anything. Yeah, we're right actually. Rank 2 prospecting is affecting the amount of stuff you get. So you should get on average just over 1,000 handful of pebbles if you prospect rank 1. And obviously we've only got 700 there now. We've still got a little bit to go, but it is only a little bit. So yeah, it does look like rank 1 is probably the best stuff to prospect most of the time. Uh, so it was you doing that. It's always me. Always me just winding people up. Somebody's got to do it on a job though, haven't they? You've got to have someone that's, you know, if it was serious, if people were seriously getting upset about it, I wouldn't do it. Because that would just be nasty, wouldn't it? But if you're just having a laugh, everyone has to have a laugh at work, don't they? Bismuth gives you more pebbles but less gems. I might have to give some bismuth a go though. I never really looked at it because the price of bismuth was so high before. But obviously, it's come down a lot since then, hasn't it? What is it at now? The rank 1 bismuth. Yeah, rank 1 bismuth's nearly the same price as the other stuff now. So I need to get some numbers for bismuth as well then. Great. I was supposed to be taking things off the to-do list, not putting them on. Yeah, so that's miles short of what it normally would be. So you could end up seeing a situation whereby the rank 2 ores actually cost less than the rank 1s, the same as in Dragonflight, but this time it's not because there's a lack of rank 1 materials in the market because of how much you farm, like in Dragonflight. This time it's because the rank 1 ore is actually better than the rank 2 ore, which is a bit bizarre. Uh, Just joined. Why are you making ceravite bolts? Because people buy them for their engineering, basically. You pilfer through parts and engineering, don't you? So we go to Kazalgar, you can pilfer through parts, and you can do this with ceravite bolts. It gives you rusted scrap, which people use in Kazalgar engineering. So they use it in current expansion engineering. So that's why the bolts sell. And you can get a decent profit margin on it. You know, especially if you're crafting at like 44% multi-craft and 38% resourcefulness. That's what my next video is talking about, by the way, those crafting stats. While we're on the subject. Right, let's... empty that. The tempered potions are really picking up now. Why is rank 1 better than rank 2? Because the rank 1s are giving you more handful of pebbles. They're giving you... The rank 1s are giving you less gems, but they're giving you more stuff like glitter glass and handful of pebbles, which when you look at it, this stuff's white, so it looks like it's you know, worth less than the gems, which are rare, but they're not, because the gems are really easy to get. Stuff like handful of pebbles and glitter glass, this stuff is, you know, reasonably expensive. Look, glitter glass is up like, it's basically at like 130, 140 gold. And handful of pebbles is at like, you know, 130 gold as well. Whereas the gems are like 50 gold each, so you're better off getting less gems, believe it or not. Yeah, it's all very bizarre. Didn't you use the Shadowlands engineering items to find the parts? I've just used I've always used the Dragonflight stuff. I was crafting loads of Dragonflight stuff, engineering stuff before this expansion released. .2. We're starting to make some moves now. Yeah, even the handful of pebbles are just selling instantly as well. The war within tools works for Dragonflight, yeah. So for war within, obviously the tools scale. So that if you've got rare profession tools in Dragonflight, if you're in Dragonflight using rare Dragonflight profession tools for rare Dragonflight crafts, then you know things are okay. And then if you do the same in War Within, then your stats are about the same. But if you use your War Within profession gear for Dragonflight crafts, they give you insane stats, like crazy, as you can see here. Just like constant, everything's proccing all the time. But like I said, I'm talking about this in my next video that's coming out anyway. I might release it tomorrow. I might release it on Thursday. I don't know yet. You'll see it. It'll be something clickbaity-ish. Whoa, still online? Yes, I'm still online. Although it has now hit midnight here. I do need to sell this before I go to bed. Oh, come on. Yeah. Easy subscribe. Keep it going, bro. Oh, well, thank you for the sub. Hope the videos that you see in future will be helpful. At this point for crafting profits, do you need to buy materials in the dip? pretty much, yes. So most of this stuff I'm selling here, I bought materials for at the weekend when it was much cheaper. Those bolts are on the NA. The thing is, it's not something you can just quickly set up, because it's not like you can't just use the War Within Profession gear. It's as simple as that, because you also need to also have Dragonflight engineering set up. So you need all the profession stats from here as well for it to be profitable, because obviously there's a huge amount of stats here as well. But all that being said, just because you have to have the engineering thingy, just because you need the engineering set up to get this to work with engineering, it doesn't mean you can't use these profession stats with other professions in Dragonflight to make various things that could potentially make you gold. I'm trying to make it so when I do a post scan, it only posts X number of items. I found out where to edit the X number of items, but I want to post X number of items again, regardless of how many items I already have posted on the auction house. So I don't know how to do that, to be honest. What I am going to do, I was going to put that up to 200 for now. Oh no, actually, no, let's not mess around. I'll only forget that I've changed it, and it'll mess everything up later on. There is a way to get the Dragonflight knowledge points. Not a particularly quick way. It's not something I would probably think is particularly worth doing if you haven't already got the profession set up. But if you have Dragonflight profession set up, then there's probably something in there that you could potentially craft to make some gold. Oh, this is selling a bit faster now anyway, or it seems to be. Yeah, my Dragonflight engineer was set up. I just hadn't ventured into to the War Within. Well, in that case, if you've got all the so if you've got that tree maxed out, then all you really need is the rare profession gear from the War Within. So that's basically just the multi-craft tool with a resourcefulness enchant, and then these two. So if you can get 900 arts and security, which is not particularly hard, then you could do this setup yourself. But this is giving, like, I don't understand why it's coming through with those numbers, minus 34 gold for craft. Oh, that's for gear, sorry. Because my maths has this as a profit. So, like, if I buy at 9 gold, then my cost per bolt is 7.6 gold. But at the moment, the cost per if the ore is costing less than a bolt, then you know you're in a pretty good situation. When the ore and the bolt cost about the same, then you're slightly profitable. If the ore costs more than the bolt, then you might not be profitable at all. But at the moment, the cost of the ore is less than the cost is less than the selling price of a bolt, which means like it's decently profitable at the moment. So I can't understand how Craftsim's working that out. But anyway, I don't care, because if Craftsim's saying it's not profitable, then other people won't be doing it. Does the magic button have a dependency? Or whoever, I can't remember who it was who you spoke to earlier. I'm sure they'll be able to give you a point you in the right direction. If you get it working, you'll have to let us know what you think, because I'm curious. Watching myself feed is making you. Watching my self feed shouldn't make you envious. Watching the mailbox opening that I do, that should make you envious. That's going to be the crazy thing. I'm hitting some thingy, aren't I? I'm hitting some slowdown on the auction house. I'm posting a bit too quick. It's a 3.4, although we've got 7.5 million gold's worth of stuff still to sell in the auction house. Plus what's in my bags and bank and stuff like that. I don't need absolutely everything to sell, but I want the majority of it gone. And it would be nice if it went before, you know, like 3 o'clock in the morning my time, seeing as I do have to be up for work at like 7. Like we were saying earlier, how do you do all this stuff? Just don't sleep. I just want 10 million more gold for a third account. Why do you want 10 why do you need 10 million for an account? And what are you going to use a third account for anyway? Right, that's what are your thoughts about thaumatology? I mean, it looks interesting, but I'm not really an expert on it because I don't have a character set up on it. It's something that you really need to know what you're doing with it, I think. Probably more so than perhaps any other fashion spec, this expansion. Do you think the Cerebite market will be messed up after the video? Well, let's put it this way. I'm going to make sure all my stuff's sold before the video goes out. But the point is that it's not easy for somebody to just come into that market, because you can't just, you have to have that Dragonflight Jewelcrafting to be able to do it. So it's not simple, but there is other stuff that you can craft in Dragonflight and take advantage of those profession stats. Um, need 10 million or need 10 million for Swift Razeshi, need 10 million for Zully, and need 10 million for Longneck. It's been a good run with the engineering farms. I don't think it's going to like wreck the market, because like I said, people just can't turn it on like they can. Any profession recommendations for a non-crafter main? If it's something that you are going to be playing as a main character, where's the link? If I for my main character, if I was running raids and Mythic Plus and stuff like that, I would run the spec in that video because it should save a lot of gold over the course of the expansion. So each time you rescan then and then post, it only repost items that have sold, or it cancels some and then repost. This I'm not cancelling anything here. I'm just posting, and it's only posting what has either been undercut or has been sold. I went full YOLO on formatology. It was fantastic, but right now it's really bad. The amount of time you need crafting is horrible, and the profit depends on buy low and sell high. If the market doesn't formatology TLDI, it makes you profit with math, but company is not making loads. We're better off doing that Clefcoff farm in AF Clay. Well, there you go then. Two people have gone deep into it and are saying it's basically making no gold at the moment, or it's not making great gold at the moment. Now the Cerebrite market is real hard to get into right now. Well, like the profit margin on that's really, I don't know why that's saying that. That's not what the profit margins is. I don't know how its maths is coming up with that, because that's not even close to what mine is. I was doing 2 to 3 million Regent Sports in Formology daily. Got tired eventually. Well, that's what you do. You just at the start of an expansion, or when something like that first comes out, you just go really, really hard and just push it really, really hard while it's making gold, because you know sooner or later, like you say now, it's not making a lot now. That's just what happens eventually, unfortunately. Right, I'm just going to list all that. List all that. How much of those is there? 514 of those. We can list all those. There we go. Now we're down to just listing 2 items. Mostly it's just 1 item. As a main, I recommend either mining herb or purple disenchant specialization. You can mine herb while waiting for Q. Yeah, like I'm not a fan of mining and herbalism on characters to do it passively. Like have a character to mine and herb if you are going to actively farm, but I don't think it's worth the effort of the character if you're not actually going to use it. Whereas that build I've linked is the Alchemy build that's basically going to save you a lot of gold on your flasks and stuff like that. You know, with the passive increase to flash duration and the chance of getting bind on pickup flasks for free and all that sort of stuff. Over the course of the expansion, that should save quite a lot. Formatology benefits when the market is heavily balanced. So if oral cost prices spike one day, then formatology is likely profitable again. Goldson. I thought you were going to bed, Goldson. Although I did think, like, isn't it like midday for you? Um, I will go hard on expansion launching midnight 100%. I didn't take advantage this time around. Yeah. That's it. You just need to go really hard at the start, and then you worry about what you can do later on after that. $3.6. We are slowly scaling it up. Like I said, as long as we get most of this sold, then we should be okay. I think Thaumaturgy would be good once maxed on a goblin, turning rank 1 materials into rank 2. The problem is there doesn't tend to be a big price difference between 1 and 2. Like the gold is turning 2 into 3, isn't it? Really. Is Tinderbox now stable at 5 to 6k? I won't touch Tinderboxes at all. Like if you're going to craft something and sell it with Tinderboxes in it, that's fine. But I wouldn't be touching them as an investment. I just usually farm 1 hour a day on mining herbalism and make about 60k average. See, if I was mining in herbalism, I'd just be going crazy right now. Or to be fair, I'd been going crazy like 4 weeks ago. And just mining like crazy, farming like crazy, buying tokens like crazy, and then not worrying about it for the rest of the expansion. I thought you were going to bed. I left and came back and had to drop the missus off at work. I assume you would post and go to bed. I would post and go to bed, but I've got about 20,000 potions to sell. If I put them all on at once, they'll just get undercut. If I put on 200 every 15 seconds, then most of them sell. To be fair, I can just chuck all those up because I'm not even bothered if they don't sell because that market's not really going to crash. I am going to have to go to bed soon now because I have got work in the morning. Do you do any Mythic Plus or raiding, or just focus on gold making? I just focus on gold making now. Before I was a content creator, I did do gold making and raiding Mythic Plus, but it's just not possible now. I just need a good farm for raw gold and blacksmith, weaponsmith, or Scott Herb mining on Druid. Well, you're better off herb than mining for now. Anything that's raw gold doesn't tend to be worth a lot. Right. Oh, I've still got a tab and a half to do. That last batch of potions I crafted earlier is probably going to cost me about an hour of sleep. An hour of sleep, maybe. I might just dump at the end and just dump a load on. I can't be bothered anymore. Mining and herbing was crazy 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I bet. Herbalism at the moment seems to be good doing the rank 2 materials into rank 3 and reselling on the auction house. To be fair, probably keep an eye on that because I use a lot of the rank 3 materials myself. That's a good way of actually resetting the price. So the problem I have with resetting the price in the rank 1s at the moment now is because the rank 2 prices have come so cheap. If you try and reset rank 1, it doesn't take much for the rank 1 price to go above rank 2. But you can actually reset the price in the rank 2 just by processing it all into rank 3. As long as it's not a loss, then you're taking all the rank 2s out by turning them into rank 3s. Yeah, I could potentially do that because I can use all the lure drop and the rapid spear rank 3s anyway. So I do potentially have a way that I could take all the rank 1s and the rank 2s out of the market at the same time. And when you process it, it's really nice because obviously you're taking huge quantities of herbs out of the market because you're taking 5 out to make every rank 3 herb. Hey K-Jack, making the ink free says it's not profitable. Do you think it's right? Is it because have you done the pigments yourself? Because if the price of pigments is high on the auction house, then it's probably because the price of pigments are high or the price of inks are low. Are you still selling these potions? What, from when I started the stream 6 hours ago? Has some old videos with good transmog farms, which is where all the raw gold farms become truly profitable. Remember the Tibio? I'll see if it works first. I need to look at it. That's annoying because obviously I've just allocated those points on herbalism as well, haven't I? And I've not got the ones that I actually need. We're up to over 4 million gold an hour now anyway. Something. What profession for poor folks? Gathering skills the best bet, new to the game. Yeah, mining herbalism. Can't go wrong. You can't lose gold that way at least. So you reckon I should do the pigments myself and turn them into inks, right? Even if Craftsman says it's negative profit. Well, the craft sim is terrible when it comes to making the pigments. So you might have to do the maths for that on yourself. So like I said it was about 1.5, didn't I? You're going to get where's my numbers? You're going to get about 1.5 pigments for your each herb. So from that, you can figure out what your crafting cost on your pigments is, and then you can figure out what the actual crafting cost on your ink is. Well, Craftsing might tell you it's negative because the cost of the pigments is dead high on the auction house. But if if that's not your crafting cost, then it doesn't matter, does it? So this is the problem with things like Craftsing. You can mess. Now people have got ways of messing around and overriding how it's doing its numbers. But then you have to play with the add-on more. And I don't know how to do that because I don't do that. Like I said, I just do the numbers myself instead. One hour of mining, 16k. Have you got mining and herbalism? Seems a bit low. How you get your gem crushed rank 3 for rank 3 buy? I cannot see profit in gem crushed rank 3. I don't. I tend to buy the rank 3 crushed gems off the auction house, and I use the glass and the other stuff from the other prospecting I've done. So, like if I've done the prospecting, like the rank 1 ores and things like that, then I can use the glass, and I will tend to sell the rank 1 crushed gems and just buy rank 3 crushed gems. I'm not really prospecting rank 3 ore because I don't find that's particularly worth it. Right, what we got? Oh, there are all sorts of weird stuff. Um, 1 hour boosting Mythic Plus, you can make like 200k. Yeah, but the only problem with that is you have to be able to do Mythic Plus, don't you? And like, we're gold makers, so we can't do Mythic Plus. Yeah, I mean, check your numbers, obviously. You're not going to get 1.5 for every 10 herbs you use exactly. But what I mean is, you should get once you, if you've got resourcefulness tool, resourcefulness enchant, you're absolutely capped with all your resourcefulness. Then, every resourcefulness proc you get, if you are reinvesting that into doing more prospecting, then at the end, for every sort of one herb you've done, you should get 1.5 pigments, roughly. If you craft ciphers, the craft results from crafting take into account if you mill craft inks or just the auction house price from the ink. See, the way I always thought it worked was it's literally saying if you bought this from the auction house, if you bought the inks from the auction house to make the ciphers, then that is basically how much that's going to cost you. So it's not if you go from herbs to pigments to inks to ciphers, it's not really taking that into consideration. It's like, so I frequently have it where my craft sim is telling me that crafting boundless ciphers is at a loss, but I know that my crafting cost is like 100 gold. Like the price in the auction house is 500 gold, and my crafting cost is like 400 gold or something like that. Because I've done my own pigments, then my own inks, and then my own boundless ciphers. So craft sim can say what it wants at that point, but I know I'm right. Are you selling this gold for real cash, or if so, approximately how much you're taking? No, I don't sell gold for cash. It's not worth it. Like getting a 20-year-old account or getting loads of 20-year-old accounts banned with like a ridiculous amount of gold on and a ridiculous amount of time invested just to earn like a little bit of real life gold. It's just not worth it. Hey, how you doing? Hey, Sasha. Good to have you back again. How's your gold making empire going? Because you're doing quite well last time, weren't you? Last time you was here. Would it make more sense to just sell the materials that you're using to make the boundless ciphers at that point? I mean, probably. But what you tend to find with crafting is that it's harder to find a profit. Like, what people want is they want to be continuously crafting to make gold. So yeah, if CraftSim is telling you making the boundless ciphers is a loss, then that obviously means that the price of the inks, you're probably better off selling the inks at that point. But what you're better off doing than selling the inks is selling both the boundless ciphers and the inks and the pigments and just selling everything that you can make at a profit. Now, what you're saying is right, the inks are probably the higher profit margin because of what CraftSim's telling you, but you just want to sell everything. If you can make, you know, if you can make 110 gold profit on selling the inks and 100 gold profit off selling the boundless ciphers, then the thing that's restricting you is the selling. It's not the like the crafting time, basically. Like you just want more stuff to sell at a profit, so you can just be crafting more because it won't take you long to have the amount of inks you need. You saw in here earlier, I had thousands of inks. I've probably still got thousands of inks in here somewhere. How many inks have I got? Oh, I've got loads of inks. Yeah, so you just basically just want to be selling everything. Anything that can be made as a profit. But yeah, you're right. In that situation, you're probably better off just selling the inks. Going to make rank 3 tempered in some hours on the EU with full multi-craft. Yeah, the important thing is the sell rate. Um, you've done pretty well to be doing that then. Because that means you're about 10 knowledge points ahead of me. Right, look at that. Oh, we're getting there. Look at those tempered potions selling now. I've been making enchants for 10 to 50 gold profit per craft, but the issue is I have is selling it on the auction house and getting undercut all the time. How do you get around this? Love your content. How I get around that with enchanting is by not doing enchanting after the first week of an expansion. Because it's a nightmare. It's like when it comes to cancel scanning, it's the worst profession to probably deal with. So it's Probably not quite as competitive as Alchemy, but Alchemy sells in much larger quantities, so it's not so much of an issue, the cancel scanning. But enchanting, it's just horrible. That's why I got out. I was in enchanting, what, 4 or 5 days this expansion, that was it. Tempered rank 2 price and EU associate, making like 5 gold a craft. Yeah, it's not like the best stuff in the world, is it? It probably doesn't help when people release videos telling everyone to make rank 2 tempered potions, does it? Using bulk crafting spec. Yeah, so that's my alchemy. So I'm like 8 knowledge points short for crafting rank 3 tempereds, basically. How's tailoring for gold making? It's been okay. It's been okay. It's on and off. Which 2 professions would you say are easiest to use to supply WoW tokens for someone who isn't super interested in gold making but wants to have enough for consumables, etc.? Check out the playlist that's pinned for concentration builds. That sounds perfect for you. A little bit of effort to set up, but minimal effort really. And then you can make gold off that. Pick an enchanting one, and what you're best off is picking all the sort of stuff that you use on your main character, probably, as far as enchants are concerned, and all the other stuff. Yeah, enchant. You can pick an enchanting profession +1 for every character you've got that's level 70 plus, and just print some gold with that. It's not like it's not as mind blowing gold as it was a few weeks ago, but it's still good. With my alchemist potion, I'm 50, 40, 35, 44. Have you got bulk production as well, or have you gone straight for? Yeah, actually, I didn't ask if you had bulk production already. If you didn't have bulk production, then you're actually not that far ahead of me. So I'm 8 knowledge short. What, I'm 8 knowledge short. You got bulk production, yeah. Yeah, so you are ahead of me then, yeah. Yeah, I forgot the people that are crafting rank threes already probably don't have bulk production, do they? That's why, because they'll be 25 points ahead of me because of that. Yeah, obviously I've had an update, so I've got had a, like probably had another 6 or 7 knowledge points today, but my knowledge points from alchemy has just been terrible. Where do you keep all your gold in a guild bank? Keep my gold all over the place. Usually I have a warband bank full, that's 100 mil, and then it's just on a load of characters, basically. But I don't know what I'm doing yet with my... Because going rank 3 tempered seems the very obvious choice on what to do. So I don't know if I'll go with something else. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. I'll think about it. We'll think about it. Two treasures book quest plus one from Inscription book. And I think I did get a couple of patron orders as well, but nothing fantastic. Yeah, Sasha, I might have already been looking at that. Not just mana potions. You can get two. You can unlock two rank 3 potions with the same spec. So yeah, it's potential. I thought the account can only hold 10 mil total, or it's 10 million per character, and your warband bank can hold 100 million on its own. Oh, I'm not. I'm sat here. And I'm not. I'm sat here talking, and I'm not listing anything, am I? Which website do you use to see sell rates? For example, can you see many of a certain item sold when? I mean, TSM tells you sales rates if you just click over it. Region sale rates on there. Stock up massive on the file of Bountiful Seasons rank 3 for when December comes and it changes to Resourcefulness from Finesse. Will be huge profit, but long wait for it. Well, the thing is, you don't know how much herbs are going to come down in that price, though, in that sort of time frame, do you? Like by then, herbs might be like 75% lower than they are now, even. I mean, demand for it will definitely go up because it'll be nice then. It'll be really useful potion, really useful file to have. Also making a character for Cave Dwellers Dwight rank 3, 2 ready in 1 to 2 weeks. Is that one that people actually use? It's a weird combination of herbs as well, isn't it? It's not one. You can't see many people going for that. Huge profit even in rank 2. See, I've not even bothered selling them. I'm not really sure. Yeah, look at that, 184 gold of craft. Yeah, I really need to check through stuff a bit more thoroughly at times. 176k mana, and the mana patient's given what? Yeah, so it's giving almost as much mana as a mana potion, but obviously it's giving you that huge heal as well. I like how you said 100 million Warband Bank like us peasants would know. I have a character special for it. I created like 8 alchemists at start, different build. Well, that was in my pre-expansion plans. That was something I was looking at doing, mostly to get around the RNG of the patron orders. But you know, a lot of people just exploited, didn't they, to get more knowledge points. So I'm glad I didn't. I got a 14-day ban for buying 1.5 million gold. This guy talking about having 100 million in the Warband Bank. Lol. Like, if they're selling it so much cheaper than Blizzard, then they're not making that much from it, really, are they? Because I can tell you now, he got a much longer ban than you did. Is there even a way to get resourcefulness on herb refining? I've not done any herb refining yet, so I'm not going to comment. No comment. I've worked in posting profession tools across multiple servers, from engineering, blacksmithing, tailoring tools, making about 2 tokens a week. Do you think this strategy remain viable all expansion long? I don't think it remain viable all expansion long. Well, that doesn't mean it's not going to work for the next 6 months. But the longer the expansion goes on, the more people have their professions and stuff set up, don't they? How long did it take you to buy the dino off the black market auction house? I've been waiting weeks and not seen it. Well, I was checking. I can't remember exactly how many servers I was checking. It's on my old video, but it was 20 something servers. I'm pretty sure, like 25, 26 servers or something, and it took me what, maybe 3 months to get it, and I saw it twice on all those servers. And the first time I didn't get it, and the second time I did get it. So if you're checking one server, then yeah, you probably won't see it because it might only appear on that server maybe less than once a year, once every 2 years. You have to be checking loads of servers. But that means you need loads of max level characters. If you unlearn a profession and want to do it back again in the future, do you need to relearn all the recipes again? Yes. Yeah, I missed some KP2 on some characters, yeah. And the catch up for Alchemy doesn't seem to proc very well either. So I'm on 9 on my patron orders, and there's no particularly coming up. Yeah, just garbage arts and security. How do you always have a mailbox full of sold auctions? I feel like if I move away from the auction house for more than 30 seconds, I get undercut and nothing sells. Um, I've got an auction house. I've got a mailbox full of stuff because I've been saving it for an opening. And as you can see, I'm just posting like every 15 seconds or something at the moment. Does the KP on that profession stay in the same trees, or does it become available again to use if your knowledge points doesn't change, but you lose everything else? Problem is that you need an ATO, and most of mine are on the same server. Yeah, yep, that's an issue. When I was looking for the black market auction house, I did like 25 character transfers to spread them out across servers. The thing is, Kano, that a lot of people have realised they can make a lot of gold from doing that. So I don't know how much competition you're going to have next time. This is the first. You got to remember, this expansion is the first time that we've really had the Warband Bank, and people still getting used to the moving across servers and things now. Now people have seen that they can move, like mass craft this stuff and move it to all different servers. It's going to become a lot more mainstream now. Oh, that's great. Freaking bank is finally empty at least. Yeah, same. Never got KP and Patreon orders. But it says, but yours says you're missing 3. Yeah. Uh, that's the inscription build basically. Do you raid or Mythic Plus or strictly farm and auction house? Strictly craft and auction house basically. How's engineering working for you? My engineering build is basically Dragon Isles engineering. And now I do have some stuff in, but I was going to use this guy for crafting profession gear, so he's got all that, which I don't really use, so that's all a waste. I have started doing some stuff down here, but I don't know whether I want to max that out. Or potentially go towards devices. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, I mean, I found it using Dragon Islet's engineering. It's been okay. It's been a regular gold maker for me. Personally, I think Warband Bank will still be underutilized by many people even during next expansion, but we will see. I just hear a lot of people. The thing is, when you see a lot of people talking about something, then you know it's going to get hyped for the next expansion. And if anything gets hyped, you know there's going to be no gold in it. Like, you need to be doing whatever's not hyped. And it's one of the things I see just people talking about a lot. So what you'll see next expansion as well, the build you've seen me done with sort of inscription and crafting lower rank potions and stuff, bulk crafting and bulk and cheap, you're going to see a lot of that next expansion as well, probably. Because it's something that's been really hyped this time. People have seen you don't need to craft rank 3 stuff to make gold. This is unbelievable. Here I am, 377 gold and can't repair my gear to keep wiping. In contrast, you couldn't even spend it all. Well, no, it'd been... To be fair, I could spend the gold. I could spend it in about 10 minutes, couldn't I? Just go and buy a load of spectral tigers, but... where are you from, mate? From the UK. Got a zig where everyone else zags. All right, take your word of caution. I'm going to be much more active on the beta doing testing personally, so I might find something myself too. Gold making WoW is much way more fun than I thought it was going to be. Like, all I'll say is when the next expansion's approaching, just have a look in Discords and have a look on Reddit and stuff like that, on WoW Economy Reddit, and see if people are talking about it. If you see threads with people talking about it a lot, then you know there's going to be a lot of competition. If you don't see anything, then just stay quiet about it and do it. Same, I didn't look at professions before the launch, missed a lot of gold at start. Yeah, it's important having that head start of not necessarily physical head start, but the knowledge head start, because it makes yeah, it does make a big difference. Right, we're nearly done. I am going to go to bed soon, I think. There is like 8 million gold's worth of stuff to sell here, but hopefully some of this will sell overnight. Because obviously it's late for me, but it's only 7 o'clock US time, so by the time I get up in the morning, I'll check to see if some of this is sold before I go to work. Yeah, I mean, we should be good. I'm gonna be left with some stock, but right, I think we have this has actually been the longest stream we've ever done. Anyway, so guys, we are pretty much done. Right, I think we're gonna call it there. Sometimes I throw a load of lure drop before bed and think, hopefully, K-check resets the market while I'm sleeping and buys. Stuff tends to sell overnight though, doesn't it? Especially on a reset day. So I know there's like 10 million gold worth sat there, but 8 million whatever. But that's fine as long as a lot of it is. If half of that sells, I'll be happy, and I'm only sat on 4 million gold worth of stuff of stock that didn't sell, which is fine. Anyway, guys, like I said, thanks for coming again. Especially you lot have sat around for the whole sort of nearly 7 hours that we're going on now. I'm going to go and get some sleep. Like I said, keep an eye out for that video where I talk about them crafting stats. And I will see you guys. I will see you guys maybe at the weekend at some point, hopefully. So, like I said, thanks for coming. Cheers, guys. And where's my OBS gone? There's my OBS gone.